The sitting is resumed.
Mr. President, order number 3. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of the resolution to approve the Barbados Physical Development Plan as amended 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to begin my comments today by expressing my appreciation to my colleagues in the Senate, but I also want to begin my comments today with a bit of an explanation. People do message me from time to time to say, each time you are suspending the Senate, you are smiling, and I want people to understand I'm smiling because my colleagues are here asking for extra time. 5 minutes is their qualification of extra time for lunch. And so they usually are asking for a blight for those few 5 minutes. And so today they got an unplanned blight, but it had a bonus 5 minutes. So that's usually why you were smiling. And today the deputy chairman also herself was smiling because it's an inside joke here. But Mr. President, I say this now in jest because it is the last sitting of the Senate for the year 2023. And I think it's important that while we are discussing important and significant matters, we did so last week and we're doing so today again, that at the end of the year, that we attempt to still maintain some degree of levity in our work. Because I think it is the festive season, and so while we do our work, we should at least be enjoying ourselves and enjoying the people with whom we do it. Now, Mr. President, today's matter is a substantial body of work. When I first came to this honorable chamber as a senator, I was not yet a minister at the time. This work had started in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. I remember the then Minister of Economic Affairs and Development, or Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Development, the Honourable Marcia Cadell, would have been the initiator at that time of this work, and it has been continued by Senior Minister with responsibility for infrastructure, Minister William Duguid. And that continuum of government policy over the last several years has led us here today, Mr. President. And I start there because oftentimes people forget that government is a continuum. And certainly it is the same government, and the policy is not just a continuum from the work started by the Honourable Marcia Cadell at the time as she was Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and continued by Senior Minister Duguid. But government being a continuum, Mr. President, the first physical development plan for Barbados dates back to 1970. We then had that 1970 plan come into operation in 1976, the year in which I was born, Mr. President. We then had a new planning and development plan in 1991, and then again in 2003, and then the last one before this version in 2017. Government in many instances, Mr. President, is a continuum. This process, Mr. President, as we have seen and as I have mapped, dating back from 1970 all the way through to the last version of it in 2017, and now this version, Mr. President, in 2023, is a continuum of a commitment by the government of Barbados, every government of Barbados for that matter, to ensuring that planning and development of our infrastructural resources is rooted in our people and our people's ambitions for development. In this instance, Mr. President, sustainable development. These plans, Mr. President, over the years, have been reflective of the circumstances facing our country at a given time. There is no one in this chamber or outside of this chamber, Mr. President, who would imagine that in 1970 or in 1991, and certainly in 2023, the identical issues facing our country and our people on a development trajectory would be those that still face it in 2023. Even if they are similar, they may not present in the identical way, Mr. President. And so over that period of time, while other countries in the region have very much developed physical development plans, Barbados today is the only country in the region to have a current physical development plan. In the period, Mr. President, that ensued since the last version of the physical development plan, there are a couple of issues, and these things are all captured in the documents itself. These are voluminous documents, and I want to take just a moment to stand them up so you can see what they look like. This is one of the documents. This is part B, actually, and this is part A of the physical development plan. And so the work of the Honourable, the Senate, to prepare for this debate has no doubt been onerous and time-consuming because the plans are lengthy. And they're detailed, they're on the Parliament's website and available for anyone to download for review. So, Mr. President, the issues over the last 10, maybe 13 years or so for the country as it relates to physical development planning and as contained in the document cover a range of things. And I'm going to list them here today just for the sake of clarity. The climate crisis. I can camp out there for a few moments, Mr. President, for even longer than that, because our Prime Minister has been walking the length and breadth of the globe speaking about the issues of the climate crisis. We have heard our Prime Minister speaking from every global platform, speaking to international financial institutions, arguing the case for our existential issues as it relates to climate, arguing the case for climate financing, making the case globally, as I spoke about last week in the context of our debate then, for our energy transitioning as a consequence of the emissions associated with the climate crisis, and also making the case for the Bridgetown Initiative as part of the reform of the global financial architecture in order to make way for countries such as ours. The climate crisis, Mr. President, is one of the key things that has evolved over the time period from the last physical development plan. We are also a country that has been seen to have scarcity, a scarcity of land, in some instances, Mr. President, scarcity of water, both of which have been debated at great length in this honourable chamber on more than one occasion. And at times, Mr. President, as a consequence of a scarcity of land and a scarcity of water, certainly in periods of drought, and we heard the Honourable Minister of Agriculture giving an early flag recently about the implications of drought or excessive water on food production. And so scarcity of food, land, and water are issues that oftentimes affect our nation. We have seen, Mr. President, the push for the green and the blue economy. This is also captured as one of the priorities and one of the parameters for the physical development plan. And what do I mean when I say the green and the blue economy? The green economy, Mr. President, we know what that refers to most times, and that has been well articulated. But the blue economy is connected very much to our Prime Minister's redefinition also of a term that we have been using in international development circles more and more. I believe we have heard our Honourable Deputy President on more than one occasion, also I believe one occasion that I can recall, speak about it here in this honourable chamber. In 2018, Mr. President, when this country established the very first ministry with responsibility for the blue economy, and now it is captured under the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, but it is also the blue and the green economy, the Prime Minister started to say this: Barbados may be a small state, we may be a small island state, but we are a large ocean economy. And that was because, Mr. President, in 2018, we started to share the fact that Barbados has over 400 times our ocean space than we have land space. So we have to be able to incorporate our ocean or our blue economy as part of our development trajectory. And so the green and the blue economy are captured, therefore, within the physical development plan. We've spoken also about sustainable development goals. Initially, we had in 2000 the Millennium Development Goals. They evolved into the Sustainable Development Goals. They then became truncated into the specific goals we're following now, Mr. President. And how have those patterns evolved? We also have spoken, Mr. President, at great length, and we have tangentially related elements being incorporated into this, Mr. President, that speak to healthy communities, Mr. President. The impact of our lifestyle choices, our eating choices, our access to food, Mr. President, and how those things impact our spending as a country on keeping our people healthy. These are the main thematic areas covered in the physical development plan. There are a number of purposes that have been outlined for the plan, and I want to list them here because for the benefit of those who are listening or who may not have had an opportunity to read them online. To foster economic, environmental, physical, and social well-being to the residents of Barbados, to address the critical impacts of the climate crisis, which I just spoke about, to establish a vision to guide the future form of development with respect to land use, settlement patterns, food production, infrastructure, mobility, and environmental management, to guide the future forms of development on the island and inform the public, business, and government sectors as to the nature, scope, and location of both development and protection areas of core aspects. And I'm going to speak about core assets in a little bit. To provide a clear, accessible framework for private and public investment in communities, business sectors, and infrastructure across the island. Now, there are a number of documents that have been used as background to the framing of this, in addition to a process of consultation. They include initiatives such as those that we have seen, certainly on the Healthy Communities side, from those coming from the Healthy Caribbean Coalition. We have in 2012 a Green Economy Scoping Study, the Habitat 3 New Urban Agenda of 2016, the Paris Agreement of 2021, COP21 Paris Agreement, the COP26 Glasgow Agreement, and the UNESCO World Heritage Site inscription. Those have all helped to inform where we are with this particular plan. We also have the Emerging and Sustainable Cities Initiative of 2015. As a consequence, Mr. President, of the global issues confronting the country, the national documents and strategic documents which were prepared to address both the international issues and the local issues, we now have a physical development plan that has been updated for 2023, Mr. President. It looks all across the island at how we as a country are going to organize development. In simple terms, Mr. President, are you going to put certain types of activity in certain spaces where they perhaps ought not to be? How do we protect the public interest? We talk a lot about that in recent times. How do we ensure that we want to be able to address these things in a coherent way? Mr. President, I want to spend a few moments speaking about a few issues because there are a couple of core issues, there are a number of core issues across the PDP, but I expect that certainly on the government side, we will all be presenting on different aspects of the plan, and so that will evolve over time. And so I want to give a broad, high-level framing of what is in the actual document. And I also want to make sure I make space for colleagues to be able to roll out their presentations as part of the debate. Mr. President, first and foremost, we have coastal areas, and I'm going to speak about that because as the former Minister of Tourism, this is something that is going to be important, and on gullies, as someone who comes from St. George, it is also a part of the conversation, Mr. President. Now, Barbados, Mr. President, as captured in the plan itself, it speaks about Barbados and issues relating to waste. If you remember, Mr. President, when we first started talking about coastal development and sustainable development issues, we talked about land-based activity that was affecting what happens on our coast and how it affects our marine resources. And so on-island use and waste disposal, including solid waste disposal, became one of the issues. Barbados, Mr. President, in the plan, generates 1,000 tons of solid waste daily. 1,000 tons of solid waste daily. What this means, Mr. President, is that there must be disposal systems that are effectively used, not just by the state, but by individuals to effectively dispose of waste. What we are seeing, Mr. President, and I want to use this opportunity to make an appeal to our people. I remember, Mr. President, driving through some of the most pristine parts of the country. There are some little roads, Mr. President, if you go up from what used to be Orchid World, you drive up there past Lemon Arbor, and you come just before you get to Golden Ridge, and you turn and you go down some very narrow roads down in there. They're very narrow, but when they open up, the vista before you is stunning. Sweet Bottom, stunning. You start to look at Barbados and you think, I'm from Bohedo. It's beautiful. But before you get there, Mr. President, you encounter fridges that have been disposed by people and thrown on the side of the road. You discover old stoves and old mattresses, Mr. President. A pristine and stunning vista in this country, Mr. President. And I went through there just in the interest of full disclosure, lest anybody think I was driving through funny roads. I was on my way to the wind farm in Venture.
Senator Cummins, your colleagues believe that you protest a bit too much.
I did introduce my comments by saying I intended to raise some levity during the comments. But yes, it's a beautiful space. We have heard the representative for St. Thomas, for example, speaking on more than one occasion, and there are others in here who would probably be in a position to speak on that more than I could. So we talk about what is happening in parts of our country, Mr. President, and the disposal of waste, including white waste. Barbadians have to be as proud as I'm sure we all are in here of our environment. Stop indiscriminately dumping. Dispose of things effectively. Barbados no longer even has a tipping fee. What stop you if you could put a fridge on the back of a truck and carry it to dump it in the middle of the country? You could carry it to the dump and dispose of it for no charge. There's no reason for it, Mr. President. And so the thing about that, not only is it an eyesore to look at, the concern that the physical development plan raises, Mr. President, is the impact on things like our groundwater supply. How do those things then affect groundwater supplies, and how do we treat to that? So yes, we look to the Barbados Water Authority and we look to the state for these kinds of resolution of problems, but there has to be an individual accountability as well. And I support those who call for the aggressive and the harshest of penalties being levied against those who engage in indiscriminate dumping and damaging our country's infrastructure. Now, as I move on, Mr. President, to speak about upgrades to infrastructure. Upgrades to infrastructure, we have heard the Minister with responsibility for water and the work being done in the Barbados Water Authority. I certainly, as a resident of St. George, look forward to the resolution of issues at the Bomilson Pumping Station, because when it rains, as it did over the last couple of days, every couple of weeks, the entire community is without water. And so people who don't have water tanks are affected for days at a time, including my household. But in those cases where people have tanks, they're able to manage. But I look forward, and we have heard from the Barbados Water Authority publicly that they have a number of challenges, Mr. President. Our infrastructure for water mains and water pipes predate independence. They were laid by the then British Empire, and they have never been changed since. And the consequence of that, Mr. President, is that there has to be an investment now in changing out our mains infrastructure, which has begun, but it doesn't happen overnight. Equally, Mr. President, on the natural gas side, as Minister with responsibility for the National Petroleum Corporation, the same thing exists for gas. And in the same way that we're talking not just about the upgrading of infrastructure, and you have heard, again, the Minister with responsibility both for finance and public works, speaking about non-revenue water. I could speak about, in my case, non-revenue gas. And that simply means that you are losing water because the pipes are so old, or alternately, you are also losing gas because the pipes are so old. And so we have engaged since the last few years, Mr. President, on a pipeline infrastructure replacement project. Under the National Petroleum Corporation, we have Package A, what we call Package A, and Package B. Package A, Mr. President, refers to the areas specific to the Hastings area down to Rendezvous, all the way down to the Greater Bridgetown area, and then you have the Greater Bridgetown area all the way up to places like My Lord's Hill and Licorice Village. Those projects, Mr. President, are 71.37% completed. Package B, in this instance, relates to the Greater Bridgetown area, and that is 82.6% completed. But you heard the areas that I just talked about, Mr. President. That's certainly Highway 7, Bridgetown area. That's a small swatch of land. We have also, as a cabinet, agreed, Mr. President, to a pipeline replacement project, or rather, it is a transmission pipeline in this instance, and it is going to be moved from its current location. I had the opportunity earlier in the year to go down and trace this particular pipeline with the National Petroleum Corporation's team. I went down into the gullies, down behind the Bell, My Lord's Hill area to be able to see where this pipeline infrastructure was, what has already been started, what has been completed, and what is yet to be done. This is pipeline infrastructure that is over 60 years old in some instances, Mr. President. And so we have started the process of looking at replacement. But what would you say if I told you at the same time, Mr. President, that the pipeline infrastructure from Woodbourne for natural gas that runs all the way down to the West Coast to service the hotels on the West Coast also runs all the way through that area in the Bell? What that means, Mr. President, is that all the way through the Bell, the transmission, not the distribution pipeline, the transmission pipeline runs to allow for gas to make its way down to the West Coast. We have to embark on infrastructure work in that area as well. But we've also agreed, Mr. President, that we will be developing a new capital works program that will allow for us to overall upgrade the infrastructure for gas in a broader cross-section of areas, Mr. President, because people want to have access to natural gas. And the infrastructure is old. The same thing applies to water, and that work has already begun. So this is very much a part of what the government is already doing to implement the infrastructural upgrades required under the physical development plan. Now, Mr. President, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about equipment, we're talking about what people do, but we also have to talk about people as central to this, and that is one of the central planks of the physical development plan. The physical development plan talks about how all of our development is going to position our people for the future we deserve. What is it that people are asking of their government that we are required to do? We've heard in the other place, and I believe here in this place as well, about the population study, the population commission, and what we are expecting. There have been those, Mr. President, who have spoken in the public place, and I saw in a recent report in the newspaper, I don't know where anyone ever heard the Honourable Prime Minister telling people to have more children. I have never heard the Honourable Prime Minister telling people to go and have more children at all. So I think it's important that people put things in context. I am sure what I heard the Prime Minister speaking about was the fact that we have had a stagnating population over many years. What I've heard the Prime Minister and others speaking about is the fact that the expectation captured in the physical development plan is that our population growth is expected to remain at 1% for the next 10 years, Mr. President. What I've heard people say as well is that our population is aging and we are not having as many births as we are having deaths. And so the death rate has outstripped the birth rate. And so with a growth projection of 1% over 10 years, we have a population challenge. But that must not be equated with the Prime Minister telling people to go and have more children. There are many ways of dealing with a population decline, and we have spoken about it on more than one occasion, including things relating to managed migration. Those are the kinds of things that we have heard on more than one occasion. So what we have to be able to do, however, is to account for the patterns of our existing population. Housing. We've heard from the Ministry with responsibility for housing what the housing plan is supposed to look like. 10,000 houses over the next number of years. What does that look like? Access to housing for low-income families, making housing available by de-risking the investment by putting solar panels on the roof and then making sure the energy sector supports that. All of those are housing issues that have been put on the table to address the needs of the population as it exists. But there's more, Mr. President. We've also talked about mixed-use development. Where people live, they want to also recreate. So in the incorporation of green spaces, retail spaces, leisure spaces, Mr. President, provision for daycare, provision for early childhood education, all of those are things that now have to be accounted for in the way people settle. That is all covered, Mr. President, in the Physical Development Plan of 2023. Then beyond the National Center, we happen to be sitting right now in what we describe as a National Center, Bridgetown. How do we rehabilitate the city of Bridgetown? Now, we know that there are emerging cities that have shifted a lot of the business out of Bridgetown. I admit, and I've said it here before, I don't come into town unless I'm coming to Parliament for a joke, largely because there are many of us who opt to go to easier places where you don't have to walk and where you can park and just walk in and run back out. And so Bridgetown has been on the cards for a rehabilitation. There has been an extensive discussion around Bridgetown and signage, Bridgetown and mobility, Bridgetown and access for persons with disabilities. We will hear more about that in the course of this afternoon's debate. Bridgetown also, Mr. President, for access to retail. We've heard discussions on Bridgetown for residential development as well, people living again in the city of Bridgetown and what that looks like. All of those things are contemplated in the Physical Development Plan. But beyond the city of Bridgetown and its development, whether it is pedestrianized or cars are able to drive through, or we have trams, Mr. President, all of those are considered, even as we talk about things like tourism development, but also Bridgetown for locals. But we have regional centers too, Mr. President. They're regional centers. What are those regional centers? If we were in a classroom and I were to ask the honourable members of this chamber to call them off, everybody would be able to call them off, Mr. President. Speightstown, Whole Town, Oistins, Six Roads, Warrens, Wildy, is also emerging. But we also have Belle Plaine coming up. And the plan allows for emerging centers so that it is not exhaustive, but it is listed specifically. These are the centers that are listed, yes, including Belle Plaine, in the Physical Development Plan. But then, Mr. President, we also have a number of local centers. And those local centers, because I was actually, Mr. President, going to say, well, all of these places are evolving. Well, what about the Glebe? Senator Rogers, what about the Glebe? But it is listed in the Physical Development Plan as a local center. Local centers they have listed here in the plan are Eagle Hall, Hastings, Rockley, Worthing, Fitz Village, the Glebe, St. Martin's, Coverley, Church Village. I never heard of this place before, but I heard it I saw it as I was reading the plan. Tamarind Hall in St. Joseph, Welchman Hall, and all the way up to St. Lucie, we have Mile and a Quarter and St. Lucie Parish Church, Mile and a Quarter is St. Peter and St. Lucie Parish Church. So there is a whole of government stretch from the center of the city, from Eagle Hall in St. Michael to St. Lucie Parish Church in St. Lucie, St. Peter locations, and in the center of the country as well. So these are meant to be developed as local centers, including for mixed-use development. Then, Mr. President, because 166 square miles is simply just 166 square miles at the end of the day. And so you have national center in the middle of Bridgetown, middle of the city. You have regional centers, you have local centers. But if anybody remembers during 2021, when we had the ashfall, things that we would like to forget. For 6 days, because the international airport had to close because of ashfall, Barbados was cut off from the rest of the world to air traffic. But there are two international gateways that are identified as international gateway nodes in the physical development plan. The two obvious ones, the Grantley Adams International Airport and the Bridgetown Port, Mr. President. Now, the Bridgetown Port is important, and I want to spend a moment on these two, both of which I have had some responsibility for at different times, as chairman of the port, as minister with responsibility for the port, and as minister with responsibility for the airport. In 2020, I left the Bridgetown Port as chairman and left the Bridgetown Port as chairman and joined the ministry in July of 2020. At that time, Mr. President, the port we'd spent, I believe, several months in collaboration with a firm out of Canada with whom we had worked, Bermila, I think it's Bermila and Armilo, and they did a master plan for the port, a 10-year master plan. We then also had a business plan for 5 years. That 2020 business plan and master plan mapped out, Mr. President, over $1 billion worth in investment expansion for the infrastructure that was the Bridgetown Port. That was what we did in 2020. We at the time, also in step with what the country was doing nationally, blue economy, the green economy, refashioned the vision for the Bridgetown Port to be the most innovative blue port, green port in the world by 2030. That was what we established was our vision. So we set about looking at how to expand the infrastructure of the port, how to become more of a transshipment hub, how to expand the port facilities, how to be able to ensure that your infrastructure was fit for purpose in the 2020 incarnation. Now in 2023, the Prime Minister has advised and has announced that the port, I think her language was, if Grantley Adams were to come back and see the Bridgetown Port today, it would look identical to how he first left it. But you know, she's trying to make the point that it's time for us to update it. Yes. So we're trying to update. We're trying to update the port, and the Honourable Minister with responsibility for the port, the Minister of Tourism and International Transport, is along with a team at the port leading that contemporary version. Government is a continuum. We make sure that we follow on from where we left off. And so the expectation that both the GAIA, which Prime Minister has announced very recently, we hope to be in a position to close off the PPA, and the Bridgetown Port are expected to be those international gateway nodes for international transportation. They're contemplated in the document that is before us, Mr. President. But then, because everything must be local, there are community components of this plan. There's an entire section, Mr. President, Part A of the document speaks to the overall macro framework, and this entire section speaks about community plans. The entire Part B is about community. What are we talking about when we speak about communities, Mr. President? Urban and rural development is contemplated in this document. We have, for example, urban and rural development or urban and rural development design. We're talking about what happens in Bridgetown. We're talking about what happens in other communities. We're talking about things like community consultation and community engagement. We're talking about encouraging communities to come out and to help frame what their communities must look like. We're talking about mixed-use development. We're talking about how the heritage of our country at the community level is incorporated in what those communities are designed to do. So, macro level framing, Mr. President, based on international studies, national level framing based on national work that has been done, community level framing, Mr. President, that focuses on how communities see themselves, and individual level framing that focuses on how people see themselves. That is what is contained, Mr. President, within the framework of the physical development plan. I want to speak, obviously, on an element that is important to me, which is the energy transition. We have contained within this document an entire section which speaks about renewable energy and energy conservation. It speaks, Mr. President, about how we're going to use our resources for the purpose of renewable energy development. Last week, in this honourable chamber, I took the time and I spoke in great detail about the energy sector and its transformation. I spoke about the future outlook for the energy sector. I spoke about where we were. I talked about the excess volume, the surplus volume of solar PV in our pipeline relative to what we needed to have in terms of storage. I talked about all of that. I am sure I also said last week that we have an abundance of solar PV, in fact, an excess in solar PV, but we had very little wind. I talked about, as I was going to those corridors in St. John, less than 2 megawatts in 2 plants for wind farms, and that we had just completed the negotiations for Lamberts and Castle for between 30 to 50 megawatts. But, Mr. President, what I also can say in the context of this discussion, and it is contemplated within the energy plan, the energy section of the physical development plan, is that the country will then be mapped out to determine what types of development will be best suited where. There's a reason why Lamberts has been on the cards for an extended period of time for wind. And that may be entirely different to what would obtain in, let's say, a St. Philip, or what would obtain certainly in a St. Michael, because the setbacks established by the Town and Country Planning Department for wind, 300 meters or so I think it is from roads, is so extensive that it limits where you could put wind. And these masts are meant to be 80 meters long. Once upon a time, they used to be 40 meters tall. Now, you double the size or double the height in order to capture the wind. So we will be, as a Ministry of Energy as well, and we've already done some work on it, we're going to be updating that work, mapping the country to establish where would the different types of RE that will be contained in our updated integrated resource plan best be located. But we've also looked at a couple of things, Mr. President, that are relevant to what is contained in the plan on renewable energy and conservation. There are a couple of things that I want to draw your attention to, Mr. President. We've talked about things ranging from industrial use and industrial and commercial use of energy. We talked about residential use of energy. We've talked about how it is meant to be conserved. We've talked also about the transportation sector. And on the energy side, we have been able to rationalize all of these things within our own planning for how the sector is meant to contribute to physical development and infrastructural transformation. I want to give you some numbers in terms of energy demand and its projections. This is also captured in terms of what the Ministry of Energy is required to do in the physical development plan. In 2020, Mr. President, residential demand for energy was somewhere around 365. I'm just going to give you raw numbers. Commercial demand was 656. In 2030, it is projected that 265 would increase to 387 in the residential space and 733 in the commercial space. By 2040, it is expected that residential demand will peak at 402 and commercial demand 792 megawatts. This is what is projected all the way out to 2040. Now, if I connect this with the physical development plan, and I begin to rationalize our public sector investment plan, the expansion of residential housing, the expansion of industry, the development of light industry and light manufacturing, and the evolution of our transportation sector for mobility, then we start to see exactly where our efforts should be placed. And as a ministry, we are committed to ensuring that we are able to project and to forecast what the needs of the country will be. But because I started, Mr. President, by speaking about the fact that we have 400 times our ocean space than our land space, I have to speak about our offshore space, Mr. President. We have legislation that governs what Barbados does in the offshore. We are also looking, as I speak, at the development not just of wind onshore, but studying the potential for wind offshore. We already know that onshore wind is easier to manage, and so we started with that Lessons learned will be developed on the basis of what we are able to amass in terms of experience. But the next phase will be looking at what are the possibilities for offshore wind. So, Mr. President, that brings me to, I want to make sure I keep within the framework of a high-level overview of the PDP to give room for the colleagues to get into the detailed specifics, and I will, of course, as you know, have an opportunity to wrap up on anything that is missing. There's an important component that is also in there, Mr. President, and I think all of us have spoken about this on more than one occasion. In every sector in this country and across this region, there's a term that we use all the time. Great plans, great policies, great programs, always a roadmap. What was missing? Implementation. We have an implementation deficit, and I think all of us are tired of it. I think all of us want to be able to put in the work, put in the effort, and to see it executed. And so there is a dedicated implementation plan that is captured in this document. Now, the implementation plan is quite detailed. It talks about what the role of the plan is, and it breaks down something that is very important to every developer and every homeowner and every Barbadian in this country: the development approval process. How do we go about approving developments in the built environment? If you want to build a house, if you want to expand a house, and for energy, the use of assessments for the different locations where we want to put different types of energy. That's why, Mr. President, there is a section in here in this paper, in this report, section 5.3 of the document, which talks about the importance of impact assessments being used. And there are a number of impact assessments that are contemplated in this document that are multi-sectoral. The first one is the one that we talk about most often: an environmental impact assessment. But because we're in Ocean State again, Mr. President, there is a marine impact assessment. Because we talked about food and sustainability and healthy communities, there is an agricultural impact assessment. How do we use land for residential versus agricultural purposes? How do we protect the groundwater supplies? How do we deal with issues like zones? What is appropriate and what is fit for what purpose? So there's an agricultural impact assessment. There's a transportation impact assessment, Mr. President. When we talk about the cars in the country and roads being used, the other day, Mr. President, we had Spikestown in St. Peter, earmarked for redevelopment in terms of how traffic would flow. The traffic planners, who are the technically trained specialists, and for some it may seem as though it's obvious because in hindsight 2020 it seems easy if you're not the one doing it, but the traffic planners, they spent time modeling how traffic flows, and they made recommendations. And because we are a government that listens, they made the recommendations, made the changes, and then they had to consult with the community on how it was implemented, and they had to make further tweaks. There's nothing wrong with that, because unless you're Jesus Christ, it's never going to be perfect to begin with, right? So that's what they ended up working on, Mr. President, and we have seen the impact of traffic flows in Bridgetown when we are going to official events, oftentimes, or even shows. Anytime you go to Friday Hill for a show, soca on the hill, reggae on the hill, all of them shows is park and ride. Because traffic, how do people move? How do you manage with the buses and events and people parking and those kinds of things? So there's a transportation impact assessment included in the document. This is all important, Mr. President, in every single sector. A national hazard impact assessment is also included. I was surprised, I must confess, that certainly when I was in the tourism sector, that you had redundancies for perhaps generation. You may have generators, but we didn't have redundancies for water sometimes. And when water went or when electricity went, a lot of large businesses did not have a redundancy. Even as we plan for natural gas replacement onto the West Coast, most of the places, that same transmission pipeline services the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. If for whatever reason that pipeline is taken offline, the QEH has a redundancy. It services other major installations and they have redundancies, but the West Coast does not. So how do we prepare not just for outages, but for natural disasters? In the event that, God forbid, we have a climate issue, we have a hurricane, or we have some kind of problem, Mr. President, what is the recovery time of our major installations for electricity, for water, and yes, also for gas? Do we have redundancy? And in another word, Mr. President, we call it resilience. That's where, Mr. President, under resilience, we talk about the time it takes to recover. How do you respond to a natural disaster? And that's where the government has developed the Roofs to Reefs plan. The Roofs to Reefs plan, captured in the Physical Development Plan also, speaks about everything from a resilience perspective. How does this country, at every possible level, from roofs, the top, to reefs, the bottom, respond in a resilient way? How do we prepare for that resilience, Mr. President? That's captured in the plan. And then finally, in terms of impacts, we're talking about market impact assessments. Last week, in speaking about issues again relating to energy, and I use an energy example to use a trade example. When global supply chains are interrupted, when the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal are affected, when first costs are high, and when the clearances of goods sometimes are compromised for one reason or the other, there is a market impact. And that market impact we talked about, Mr. President, presents itself as cost of living increases. When you are importing all of these external shocks, Mr. President, you have an impact on your domestic market, and you have to be able to assess for that. One of my regrets, and I've shared this with my team so they know it, when we have a lot of these plans, and this is one of the things that I'm happy about with this physical development plan, one of the reasons why in the energy ministry, we're now going through an energy transition investment plan is because there's a degree of granularity sometimes that is required in planning. Sometimes when it stays only at a high level and you haven't broken it down and you haven't gone into the weeds to figure out how it's to be stitched together and how all of these different things impact it, you end up having unimplemented plans because they haven't gone into enough granularity. What we are hoping to do now, Mr. President, as we do this energy transition investment plan, is that granularity. It has to be connected to global value and global supply chains. It has to have that market impact. How do we connect what is happening globally with what is happening locally and all of these things? So fine, Mr. President, when we talk about energy and we talk about solar PV panels, Mr. President, but we import all of them, they come into the country. And so if there's an interruption in the production, what happens with the 2030 goals? So what are we doing, Mr. President? We are now navigating with our partners to ensure that we have capacity, even if it is not for manufacturing, but assembly here in this country, because we have to mitigate against those things. We talked last week about storage, Mr. President, the issue of finding storage on the global market and the fact that we are at the back of the queue. Same thing. We found partnerships, making sure that we can mitigate against that. We find ourselves, Mr. President, in the agriculture sector, talking about the high cost of poultry. Why? Because the cost of inputs into feed have been increasing globally. And so the sole producer on island was absorbing those costs. But the market impact, now you've heard the announcements made that we intend also to have more than one feed producer. Let the market contend. Let the market compete. Let's open to market forces to see how prices are going to function. So there are a range of issues that present themselves when we plan at a high level, unless we get into the details of how we're going to focus on implementation. Where all of these impacts are, these kinds of impact assessments are required, Mr. President, they're going to be shared with the development team. We have a growth and development framework that is articulated in the planning and development plan. And we have detailed outlines as to how the planning and the development process is to play out. Now, Mr. President, from my own side, and I have to speak on the energy side because that's what I do, we had, and I talked about it last week, a series of meetings with all of the IPPs who are above a certain set. And we had all of the regulatory agencies, including the Planning and Development Department. I still call it Town and Country Planning, but it is the Planning and Development Department. And we worked through with them what are some of the issues that our independent pork producers are having, how can we resolve them. And I was happy to say that the minister with responsibility for the Planning and Development Department gave the commitment that they would work together to deconstruct and to reconstruct the way in which approvals are done to ensure that and I spoke about this last week, I spoke about this before, there are a number of things that we do today in 2023 that are no longer fit for purpose. It may have been the way that we did it 10 years ago or 15 years ago. In my own team, I asked them what Prime Minister asked us. What is the mischief you are trying to correct? And I'll give an example again. In Kaipo, under my remit, we have entities that oftentimes find themselves in a position where they have to get a letter of incorporation. And Mr. President, you would know this well. But in the letter of incorporation, once they get that, there is a given name. That name may be in English, it could be in Swahili, it could be in Chinese, or it could be made up. It therefore cannot be translated in some instances. But it may also include punctuation marks. And it therefore has to be replicated identically as it is presented. So if it is that I made up a name, if I say that it is a French company and a French name, and it therefore has to be translated, I could only use a translator from the Barbados Community College or a designated translator. But if I connect three names and make it into something that isn't actually a word, who's the translator? So the question has to be, what is the mischief you are trying to correct? I have had an instance where someone said to me, but I'm a native French speaker. I have given my company a given name, and I have asked to have it translated. Why can't I do it? Why do I have to send it to the Barbados Community College? And so I asked my team, what is the mischief you are trying to correct? Is this something in which you can exercise discretion, rather than it becoming a point of frustration to the business community? And equally so, in every other sector, you simply have to, at times, ask yourself in a modern incarnation, what is the mischief you are trying to correct? Is this something that antiquated legislation covers? And if so, how do I use my discretion in a judicious way to make sure that I make it easier for people to do business? So these are some of the things that are captured, Mr. President, in the existing plan, physical development plan. I want, very briefly, as I come to a close on my overview, then to speak specifically, Mr. President, to the process by which we got here, so that everyone is clear that this is not something that a few people sat in a room and came up with, but that it was an extended process. Clearly, as I started out by saying, this started with the then minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs. It continued with the minister with responsibility for infrastructure. There were detailed consultations held with every stakeholder group. There were detailed consultations held by the consulting company, and the consulting companies are captured in the document as well, Urban Strategies and others, all listed here, how the work was undertaken. There were persons who were brought in public consultations as well, and you have the document here. We then, at the level of cabinet, received the document, and as is the case most times with our Prime Minister, it was sent back for further work and more detailed elaboration and more consultation. And so the document that you have before you is reflective of a government that continues at all times to be driven by the principles of public engagement, stakeholder engagement, the receipt of inputs from technical professionals and people who live in the spaces. I believe also, Mr. President, that those persons who live in communities, it is inbuilt in the plan that those persons who are living in communities will have an opportunity to weigh in on how they want their communities to be developed. And I believe the members of Parliament have also made it clear, if you want to come into various communities and to do development, you have to engage communities. Certainly, again, from my own part on Lambert's, one of the inherent projects that we have inbuilt into the wind farm is an interpretation center that is built on the involvement of the community. The same thing applies in the hydrogen project in Harrows in St. Philip, because you have to bring people along, you have to create not just jobs, but people have to have a say in how their communities evolve. But here's what is also a part of what we're doing, Mr. President, for this physical development plan and everything else that we do, Mr. President. You know, there are those times where well-meaning experts come into a community and they flag, this is what we want to do and this is what the study tells us, but there's something that is intangible about local knowledge. People who get up, for example, in places like beach coastal areas and so on, who have lived in communities, born, raised, bred all their lives, and they have seen how the communities have evolved over time. Local knowledge cannot be removed at all. And so a government who enshrines in a development plan the engagement of people at the community level and not just at the high level is a government that is committed to the development of people and people-centered growth. This is the very high-level overview of this plan, Mr. President. It is a resolution, and I want to be able to have an opportunity over the course of the coming hours to get into the details and the weeds of the plan. And I'm looking forward to all of the contributions from the honourable members, and I will do my best, as always, on closing, to address any things that I have not dealt with upfront or queries that have been asked. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Senator Malibu.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the Leader of Government Business for giving us such a comprehensive and detailed presentation. I can skip page 1. No, before I do that, let me also add a couple of things on here, but I will go quickly because I understand that I stand between the Chamber and Father Christmas, I believe. But this comprehensive document, as the Senator has said, has been prepared and has had significant contributions. And I've looked at the list of names, my opportunity to read this, and many of these people I know as extremely good, hardworking, good Barbadians doing the best for them, whether it be the government-led team, the consultant team from the private sector, all of them. This is not a plan, Mr. President, that I am going to be able to, I don't have the expertise to question, and this is an excellent plan. And as the Senator has said, Barbados is way ahead in this physical development plan in our region. I have the opportunity to operate in the real estate field in many other countries around CARICOM, and no one has a document like this. No one has a guiding star like this. And I'm very pleased that it has been revised. Now, a couple of things though I would like to say. This document is a long-term document in nature. It is not and should never be part of even a political cycle, which can be up to 5 years. It is not even a generational cycle, Mr. President. The issues that this plan addresses is multi-generational. Examples of that are many that the Senator has spoken of. It's the water system, the agriculture, food system. One I'm going to come back to, windows to the sea and access to the beach, which is not mentioned in as much as I would like it to be done. The other thing about this plan, though, that is interesting is to recognize it from a commercial point of view, that the impact that it can have, and recognize that what I said is I am not questioning the plan. I just want us to recognize the impact that it can have from a commercial point of view, because when the plan changes and a parcel of land that previously could be used for one thing and can no longer be used for that, it can have a significant impact upon the value of that land. And similarly, if you are allowed to do something next door to one place, it can have either a positive or a negative impact on places surrounding it. So the plan, it is multi-generational, it is long-term in nature, it needs to be thought very, very carefully, which I believe it has been done so, and it has significant commercial impacts. The substantive legislation, though this plan refers to or is guided by, is the Planning and Development Act of 2019. And I'd just like to make 6 brief comments with things that I would have liked to have seen either more emphasis on or some consideration to. And I'm going to start with what used to be called by Reverend Hatch on the call-in shows when I was a small lad, windows to the sea. And today, unfortunately, we no longer have windows to the sea. But what I'd like to mention is the parking and the access to the beach. And I was hopeful in looking at this plan that I would have seen some areas where we recognize that we have access to the beach, but in effect we don't, because there is nowhere to actually park or, you know, get there with your picnic basket, your cooler, whatever it might be, and then get down to the beach. So in effect, you can't really get there. And before this goes too far, I wish I had listened to Reverend Hatch, and sorry to mention his name twice, but really and truly he was way ahead of his time in what he was saying. And I regret that we did not recognize what and take more action. I hope that we will take action. And I want to say that I have heard many times from the Leader of Government Business and other people on the other side that this government is willing to always come back, Mr. President, and revisit these things quickly. In fact, I think it was in our, quite recently we revisited a piece of legislation that was passed in this sitting. So we can revisit things very quickly, Mr. President. So I'm hoping that the 5, 6 areas that I talked to here, we could revisit really quickly. Number 1, the parking access to the beach. Number 2, sir, I don't need to remind anyone in this chamber and anyone who can hear my voice of the issue that we have with drainage, given the changing weather patterns, the development that has happened, and perhaps other issues which are created by ourselves. Maybe it is littering, maybe it is blocking gullies, maybe it is illegal development. I don't know what the reasons are, but certainly I am glad I drive a truck, sir, because over the last few days, the amount of places I had to drive through that had 8, 10, 12, 14 inches of water. We have an issue we have to deal with. And I'm glad that this plan speaks to it, but I wish it had gone one step further on a matter I've spoken on before, which is the maintenance of our suck wells. I have suggested before, and I would like to call and suggest again to the government, that they find a mechanism to incentivize the maintenance and upkeep of suck wells. Too many of them get very full very quickly, they overflow, and we have flooding. That has a knock-on effect. It causes erosion, our roads get damaged, our properties get damaged, the water ends up in the ocean rather than in our aquifer. This is a problem that can be fixed. It can be fixed very, very simply. Simply incentivize private landowners who have suck wells to maintain them. My suggestion previously, and I put it back to the government again, is to find tax incentives that if you have a well that is well maintained, excuse the pun unintended, that if it is well maintained and it has a certificate that says it is done so, that you get some benefit, some discount on your tax. Item number 3, the coastal plan. I was hoping that we would see, Mr. President, a fundamental integrated plan for the entire West Coast and the South Coast. I was hoping that we would see a mechanism that private investment could participate in getting pieces of it done. What I am seeing happen today, and it has gotten better, I will give them that, but what I'm seeing today is individuals trying to solve individual problems on the coast that has knock-on effects to other people, and that is not a good thing. I would have preferred to see a mechanism whereby there was a plan that all who wanted to do something at their property could contribute by building a piece of it. And over time, we would then have built out the entire plan, some with public money, some with private money. Fourthly, I would like to speak about the population in a different direction, perhaps, than the Honourable Senator. I pulled some data from the United Nations report. In 1950, Barbados had 211,000 people. In the brilliant year of 1964, when I was born, there was 237,000 people, more or less. 2000, we had grown to 265,000. In 2023, we're reported to have 282,000 people. Interestingly, the United Nations believe that by the year 2050, our population will have fallen to 268,000 people, sir. I mentioned those statistics because I wanted to mention something else. I researched and got some information from the Ministry of Housing, and I got some similar information from the Barbados Revenue Authority. And the question I asked, and why it relates to this physical development plan, is I asked the question, how many vacant residential lots do we have in Barbados? Mr. President, it came as an astounding number to me to find out that those two ministries both agreed that there was in the region of, in fact, I shouldn't say in the region of, they agreed that there are 35,377 vacant residential properties in Barbados. Sorry, in case you didn't hear me, I'll say it again. 35,377 vacant residential properties. 15,000 of those are unoccupied built properties, and 20,000 are vacant residential lots. That came as a great surprise. I was aware of the vacant residential lots. I was not aware of the unoccupied residential properties. But what that means is that 30% of our entire residential stock is either vacant or unoccupied. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means for me is we don't need at this point to rush to subdivide any more land. We can take a pause. It is a time to be very careful and let us utilize what has already been taken out of agriculture use for residential purposes. Let us get this back going. Let us fill this. Let us fill these unoccupied. Now, the government has done a very good job over successive governments of making it punitive to hold an undeveloped residential lot. The taxation on an undeveloped residential lot is much higher percentage-wise than it is on a residential developed lot, and that is a good thing. I think we need to continue down that line, and I might suggest various remedies, but I'm asking for the government to look at this again and see how we can address this. Fifth, the speed of operation. Again, the Honourable Senator has mentioned this. I'm very, very pleased to hear that the question is asked, what is the mischief you are trying to correct? I hope I got that quote correctly. And I understand, though, that it's not always mischief. I believe, I'm hearing from many of these same people who crafted this plan, that we have a shortage of human resources within the planning department. We need more people. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that is partially responsible for the delay. However, I would like to see, and I would like to suggest, that we should at least have some service delivery benchmarks when it comes to the development in Barbados. Mr. President, foreign direct investment, as well as the investment amongst locally, is a lot driven by the development, residential, commercial, tourism, all of these various things. We cannot have friction in the system. When you have willing investors and there is employment to be had, there's activity to be had, but there is some bureaucracy or lack of people to do it, not a lack of will maybe, a lack of people to do it, and it is held up. And I want to focus just on one part of that process, because it's not just granting the permission, Mr. President. We have the physical development plan. It's in policy or it's not in policy. You can go fairly quickly on these things, if you address the 20,000 already subdivided residential lots. And Mr. President, let me point out one other thing about this. When we agree to subdivide a parcel of land for residential purposes, and many services are consequential to that. The Barbados Water Authority has to lay pipes to service those lots, sir. They're expecting to get customers. When we subdivide residential land and we lay pipes in it, and those pipes don't lead to a house, that pipes are not being used in any way, it's creating a bit of an interesting situation in the system where you have water being pumped to nowhere. That's stagnant within the system. And the BWA has talked a little bit about this, but I just want to say, be careful on us developing all of this infrastructure so that the lots can stay idle for 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, frankly. But the last part of the operation of the Department of Planning, can't get the name right, just like you, Senator Cummings, I still go back to town and country planning. But the last part of it I want to speak to specifically is the certificate of compliance. That part of it is really where I would ask the question that you asked: what is the mischief you are trying to correct? Because what is happening here is that a parcel of land gets subdivided for whatever use. You get a plan that is approved. You get a developer who builds what is on that plan in the vast majority of cases. And there is a simple inspection to be done, or maybe a complicated inspection, but an inspection to be done, and then a certificate of compliance to be issued. That certificate of compliance triggers significant legal documentation. It means you can get a mortgage. It means many, many different things it means. But without it, it drives the cost, Mr. President, of development up for no good reason. There is no additional value. The land is already subdivided. The house is already built. Nothing is happening with it. So when the Senator is focusing, the Honourable Senator is focusing on the speed of operation, and when government looks back at this, I hope that they will look to create some service delivery benchmarks in there within this physical development plan, which tells us very specifically, plot by plot, very well thought out, excellent document, what can be done. Let us take all the friction that we can out of this. My last point, sir, is going to deal with Section 33 of the Underlying Planning and Development Act. And again, I just remind the Honourable Senators that I am relying on governments. Many times they've said to us, we're willing to come back and revisit these things, and we're willing to do it quickly because we can't get everything perfectly the first time. Section 33 of the Underlying Act deals with the refusal of applications being referred to the Minister. Now, this physical development plan, as with many of the others before, you will remember, sir, at the start I said, this is a multi-generational document. This is a document that's been thought out very, very carefully. All of these, I mean, I didn't count it, but over 50 people, former planners, current planners, consultants, everyone has said, this is what is right for Barbados. And we're going to pass this here today. It's going to get my vote, sir, to pass it. My question is, when you want to vary from that document, should there not be at least an equivalent process that says in a transparent way why you are varying from it? Now, I am not questioning the need to vary from it. Please don't anybody say that I'm questioning that. I know that there are times when there are things that we need to get done which were not contemplated when the document was written, or that things that change. Photovoltaic, wind energy, battery storage, all that is great examples of where we needed to make a change, and we needed quickly. All I'm asking for is transparency, sir, that when a change of use for a parcel of land is being made outside of what is specified within the physical development plan, there should be at least an equivalent process that there was when the plan was created. Perhaps it's a 30-day consultative process where you can see and the minister can say the reasoning for it. They can lay out why it's in the country's interest to vary what's from the plan, and we can all see it. But to leave section 33 of the Act the way it is, I don't particularly think is the right thing to do, because it is then varies from what we talked about, and we all agreed, and I saw the nodding heads around the room. This is a multi-generational plan that should not be able to be changed on the whim of fancy. So, I'm not suggesting that it ever was. Don't want anybody to say I was. I just want to remove the possibility of that. So, Mr. President, I have tried to speak quickly. I've tried to speak succinctly. I think I have I've mentioned everything I wanted to say. I have said I support the plan. I shall vote in favor of it. I do hope that the road infrastructure will be dealt with. It's these heavy rains and our poor roads. It's difficult. I had occasion today to travel in some of the high tourist areas where we have some very high value tourists coming to visit us. And I'm very disappointed when I see like the South Coast Road and where our tourists travel a lot on, and the roads are really in bad condition. It's not putting our best foot forward. And I do hope that we can accelerate that capital works infrastructure program, which obviously is part of what this is all about. So with those 6 points plus about the road, sir, I support this plan and I'm obliged to.
Thank you very much, Senator Maladu. Who's next? Speakers? Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try this time. I have to say, this is a huge document. I was having a good time reading it, but it has been a task. I have to admit, part of the reason I was having a good time reading it is that it took me back to when I did my first degree some time ago, which was in development studies. And although I did focus on sociology, politics, economics, that element of development studies, we had to do some of the part I liked least, which was the planning, urban planning. That was part of it, but not my favorite, so I did not specialize in it. But it was really interesting to have a chance to go back to this area. It has been quite instructive to see how detailed Barbados has been in formulating a plan, a physical development plan. It's very detailed. What has also been something that occurred to me, I tried to look back at previous plans, the ones I could get my hands on, is that Barbados has done a very good job of planning, development planning in general over time. And I was able to find the physical development plan as amended in 1986. And quite an interesting document as well. And looking at some of the maps in there, we can really see the progression from what was laid out in that plan to what we have now. So it does not appear as if, sometimes it feels that way, and maybe there is an element of this in Barbados, that things feel haphazard, but this is not completely the case when you look at this progression, if you look back at those documents. I didn't get a chance to look at all because this is quite a large document. One of the things that also occurred to me, Mr. President, is just thinking back again to development studies, this first degree that I did, the way in which, although, I was a teenager into early 20s, so I focus on what I want to focus on. But there's a reason why there were all of these things incorporated in an area of studies such as that. Because you can't really do this kind of spatial planning, infrastructural planning, etc., without thinking about sociological concerns, society, without thinking about the economy, the kinds of economic activities anticipated and the like. without the political context in which all of this has to occur. But, you know, I focus on what I focus on, at least want to focus on. But you can see the logic, because these things are very much interconnected. And if we look at the evolution of these planning documents, you can see the way in which thinking in the area of development, as it has moved quite a ways from the 1970s to the present, you can see that reflected in this document as well. So some of the things such as incorporating people more, participation, consultation, that comes out in the document. The environmental focus in a particular way, sustainable development, you can see this development from at least the one I was able to access 1986, which would have been just on the cusp of this kind of focus as well to the present. So as I said, I really quite enjoyed the document as I read through it, tried my best to read through it. I didn't read everything in depth, some parts in depth, some I skimmed. But what I found is, as I had questions, I later found that the questions were addressed as well. So it was also a quite thorough document. Nobody expects it to be perfect, but I think it was and is quite a thorough document. Now, to Senator Malalu's point about these documents having to have a lifespan that allows them to actually do what they're supposed to do. When I saw that we were addressing this, I did have a question in my mind, which was why already? And of course, we know that things will happen and things will change. But the last of these plans was 2017. This particular plan asks that we keep it in place for at least 10 years to allow it to work. And this was not the case with the 2017 plan, which I'm going to say is not a political document in my estimation. Those persons who are employed to work on this physical development plan, these are professionals. We have consultants that are coming from Canada and who then incorporate other consultants. They're local people who are used in this. I do not really see this as something that was politicized or is currently politicized, except I could say for maybe some of the adjustments that are quite specific to the current government's emphasis, such as, let's say, the roofs to reef, right? That's very specific, the invocation of this term, etc., that we find in this document is quite specific to this administration. But the climate change emphasis was in the previous document. I can't really say that there was blue economy in there, so you can see that adjustment. However, the point I'm trying to make is that I think it was a little bit of a quick amendment from 2017. There are things in it that I think certainly are valuable, and it is good to see. But again, I think these kinds of plans have to really have a chance to work. It's not bad. It's not as if the plan was in existence for 2 years and then it was reversed. Because from 2017 to now, it's what, 7 years? 6 years? So not bad. A little short of 10 years. But these things, I think, need some time to develop themselves. So one of the things that stands out when we look at development plans, development planning in general, is the purpose. What's the purpose of doing this? Why are we doing this? And I think it is quite fair to say that the emphasis of Barbados, despite much of the inclusion of sustainable development, climate change, heritage, the focus continues to be on modernization and growth. This is not necessarily bad, not necessarily, but I think this continues to be the emphasis of development planning. It's a continuation of this, modernization and growth. But I think that we also have to keep in mind that there's a downside to this kind of modernization emphasis. And I am not by any means saying that we need to be stuck in the past. What I'm saying is that the emphasis, this kind of heavier emphasis on a modernization and growth thrust, we have to think of the other side of this. All right, this is good. I think the plan really does try to temper that with other things, but there are still some philosophical areas for me that raise some concern. So I'm going to attempt, as I said, this is really a try for me, because it is a huge, huge document, and there's so much in it. I have to try and be selective. So I'm going to start, I picked out agriculture, climate, tourism, heritage as the key areas of focus for me. Senator Dr. Brathwaite is not here. He has not been particularly well recently, and I have wished him the best, and I can do so publicly here, but I'm drawing inspiration from him. So when I was looking at this, I was saying, what would Dr. Brathwaite say? What would Dr. Brathwaite say? You know what he's going to say. He's going to talk about food, not that part. He's going to talk about food security, agricultural development. And of course, this plan includes an emphasis on preserving lands for agriculture. It does. We have to ensure that we deal with things such as our food import bill. We have to ensure that we provide healthy and affordable foods for our people, and also that we generate the kinds of activities, economic activities related to agriculture that can be beneficial. That's modernization and growth emphasis, right? So modernization and growth emphasis will say one of the important reasons for us to invest in agriculture, it can be lucrative, etc. And then the trickle down from that is you get healthy food and all the rest of these things, right? Create jobs, all of that. But while there is an emphasis on preserving agricultural lands, and this plan includes an emphasis on having relatively strict provisions for change of use for agricultural land. What I am not seeing in this plan that I would have liked to have seen, which speaks to, so this is a physical plan, right? But it's not just speaking about physical things. It is speaking about other things that the government of Barbados is attempting to do for development as a whole for Barbados. So what I'm not seeing is the enticement or the encouragement for agriculture. So we have the preservation of lands, but these agricultural areas have not been set aside as some of these key areas for investment or reinvestment. And yes, we can say, let the market decide. But if the market is deciding, people can sell some clothes in town. And exactly here, fingernails, car parts. Exactly, all of the beauty things, the things to make your car look nice, if the market is deciding in certain areas, and we know that something like agriculture and food security is critical to Barbados. There's a health element in this plan, and to connect these things, I think there needs to be more, and as I said, this is a physical development plan, so it's not necessarily talking about the government's agricultural policy. But there are parts of the plan that talk about key areas that the government is seeking to encourage investment so that we can get what is in the plan to become a reality. So just saying that this land is preserved for agricultural purposes does not mean that agriculture is going to occur or at the level that we require. Something else, I believe, needs to be done to ensure that we do have the level, the type of production that we require for this country to address food security, to address health, to address our food import bill that can make use of technology, that draws in young people and provides avenues for productive employment, use of the time as well, so that they're not up to lawlessness. All sorts of things that can assist with the social element that one expects can come from this plan. So that's one part, that's the agriculture part. The next part I come to is the climate crisis. Climate change, climate crisis. Senator Cummins has said it, you know. Prime Minister has been up and down the world, all over, talking about it. And we are happy that it is focal. And there are provisions in this document that speak about things such as you have to have an environmental impact assessment, these assessments for hazards as well. There is emphasis on natural heritage and preserving and ensuring this natural heritage that feeds into the emphasis on climate change, climate crisis. This is the adaptation part in particular. But then, Mr. President, when I look at, there's some areas in Bridgetown, if you look at the map, that have asterisks on them. And those are these parts of Bridgetown that we are supposed to expect towers to be built. And when you look at them, they're all along the coastline, Bay Street area going up. And it just made me want, and there are provisions in there that say things such as when you're building in these kinds of areas, this is within the 100-year flood zone, the plan says. So if you're building within that zone, there are special requirements that are in place. You have to have your impact assessments and all the rest of it. And also, there should be no residential on the lower floors. So you don't want the people on the ground floor to get flooded out then. So you have store, you can flood out the stores and then, but not the people on the bottom floor. You would have these at higher floors. But I still wonder, Mr. President, about the wisdom of this, considering that we know some of the perils of climate change. I'm not saying that the buildings will necessarily be destroyed, but we have sea level rise predictions. I hope that there are things that are planned, perhaps with Coastal Zone Management Unit to do things. I don't know if we plan to put up some kind of, I went to a seminar that talked about doing things such as creating seawalls that are not evidently seawalls. So they're built as boardwalks, but they're really seawalls kind of disguised as boardwalks. Yeah? So it is a seawall is the height, and then you have the boardwalk on top so people can walk and enjoy themselves, and it's not like some wall you just gotta be peeping over. So these predictions may lead us to think that there is a point at which we may lose some of that beachfront, and these properties might be in the water or right on the water. And while I'm not saying that this means that they will be destroyed, it may have some implications for these buildings, especially when we think about the fact that we are prone to have natural disasters, such as hurricanes. And with climate change, climate crisis, we expect these hurricanes to be more intense. So what I'm thinking about here is insurance. I think I mentioned this in a previous debate as well. So we have these towers, these buildings that I don't know if they will be luxury buildings. One of them certainly is going to be one of the hotels that we expect to see built. I just wonder about the implications of ensuring such buildings that are going to be placed in risky areas that will be high value investments. And in the event that we do have a natural disaster that causes some destruction to such high cost buildings, what this will do for insurance. Not necessarily for the private entities that have built these things that could deal with it, but for the rest of us. And we know that when we have these natural disasters in the region, the insurance implications reverberate across the region. So this is a thought. How is it that we are so heavily focused on climate change, but we are still thinking about having high rises in these areas that are quite vulnerable? Beautiful. I love that area. That's my favorite beach area in Barbados. So as a visitor, this is along Bay Street, Carlisle Bay, beautiful. So as a tourist, visitor to the island, staying in one of these, if one of the towers is definitely for tourism, I'm going to enjoy myself. That is a beautiful, wake up every morning and look out and see that and go down to that beach, that's lovely. But thinking about the other climate implications, and I know the persons that did this plan are professionals and know what they're doing, but I offer this word of caution because of other projections and plans that I have seen. Now, on the matter of tourism, once again, there is quite some emphasis on tourism as an investment area, for instance, an important economic area. This is quite in line with what we see in Barbados. But what I noticed in comparison to previous physical development plans is that previous physical development plans, 1980s for sure, there was an emphasis on manufacturing. I don't really see this in the current document. Does this mean that we have decided that we are done with that? We have left manufacturing and we are emphasizing some other areas. Is there a future for manufacturing in Barbados, in any area, or have we decided that these areas of manufacturing that produce furniture, all sorts of things, are no longer these kind of high priority areas that would feature prominently with a section and a lot of detail on manufacturing in this physical development plan? Then, Mr. President, I want to move to a part that I really liked, which is about access for pedestrians. There are things in the plan that talk about having pedestrian routes along the same kind of Carlisle Bay area so it would take you from town, like this part of town that we're in, all the way up to the Garrison Historic area. Pedestrian routes. And you see this in other parts as well. This emphasis on having pedestrian areas in the Warren's area as well. You see this emphasis on pedestrian routes through there to ensure that we don't just have to be walking, not just driving, Barbados, but we can walk as well. And people are already doing it for leisure. There's a lot of exercising that happens in that Warren's area as well. Sometimes I get a little bit nervous when I see some of the people, especially early on in the morning and late at night, because it looks a little bit dangerous, not just Warren's, but other areas along our highway. So if we have this emphasis on putting things in place for pedestrians, as well as having accessibility considerations in place, I think this will really help for people to use our spaces a lot better, to use this country a lot better, to traverse it outside of the car and a bus. There is significant emphasis on transportation. I like the part that focuses on Bridgetown that talks about accessibility in addition to pedestrian use. Because although we can walk in Bridgetown, I had experience some years ago of breaking my ankle. And Bridgetown was not the place with 1 foot. It is not the place. Sidewalks, too narrow, up and down movement. My son is now a teenager. When he was a baby, I tried going into town with a pram. That is madness. Town is not, so I cannot imagine if I had to be in a wheelchair, for instance, going through town. Where would I be? In Swan Street alone. Know that it is pedestrianized, but I don't know how it is navigated. So things like this, I think, is really useful to see them reflected in the plan. But what I want to emphasize, I spoke about people using the highway for exercise. They walk, they run, people get up early on the morning or in the evening, and we would like for pedestrian use to be expanded beyond this so that people can walk different places. We can connect this to health. Getting outdoors, you don't have to get in your car and drive every place. One of the things that I think the plan could have benefited from is, in addition to focusing on pedestrians, also focusing on cyclists. And in Barbados, we do not have things such as lanes for cyclists. I think these would be useful in the city. In some of these other areas highlighted as development areas, in Wildy, in Warrens, it would be lovely to have these designated lanes. You see people who are cyclists already, and again, these are people that get nervous about. When I start getting close to some cyclists on the road, I try to slow down and give them their space and I'm not trying to get involved in any spill or something, or to cause it myself. And I don't think that our roads, especially when I was younger, I remember seeing a lot of cyclists, but this is before we had the amount of traffic we have on the road now, vehicular traffic, before we had the expansion of the ABC highway, and you see less of that. And I'm not talking about cyclists, the ones that are wearing the uniform. I mean people who are on the bicycle to get from point A to point B as a mode of transportation, not just for sport. So I would love to see that. I think in addition to having this emphasis on people walking in Barbados, we can focus on them riding through Barbados, bicycles. There was a tournament in Barbados, a hockey tournament this year, I think in June or July, and some of the athletes asked if they could have information about where they could rent bicycles so that they could actually bike rather than having to catch a bus or having to use the buses that they have or taxis for other things. Their management center wanted to use bicycles. I think somebody was able to get them some rental bicycles. But they quickly, we saw them right in a few days, and quickly after that, we didn't see them on the bicycles again. Because I suspect that when they got to doing this, they realized that this isn't a place to be on a bicycle. So this is one thing that I would have loved to have seen if we were thinking about how we want to develop Barbados as a more sustainable place for the future. It's not just about electric vehicles, but also the other ways that we can move from place to place. And it doesn't have to always be your main mode of transportation. It may be that if you're going somewhere that is relatively accessible, in easy distance from your home or your current location, you could decide to walk or get on a bicycle if it was easy to do so. You may not feel motivated to pick up your car to go every single place. This, of course, is if you don't mind being hot or getting wet by rain and all the rest. 5 minutes, okay. There are two more areas, Mr. President. One of them, some people might think is a little eccentric or something, but this is in the area of heritage, and I was pleased to see that in the historical discussions in the document, there was emphasis on what the document called Amerindians, this part of our heritage in Barbados. And throughout, so I noted the settlements highlighted in the document in Bridgetown, Speightstown, Oistins, Bathsheba, and that there would be emphasis placed on having what is called interpretive signage. I'm not sure what that is, but it's some kind of signage to let us know about the history of the people who were here before, as the history book I had in school talked about, the people who came before the rest of us, right? People who came with colonization. I think this is an excellent idea to have this focus. I think it is excellent because one of the things I remember learning in school, and I hope they do not teach this in schools anymore, is that when Barbados was settled, it was vacant. There was nobody here, there was nothing here, it was just like free land. You could come in. So, so the people who came, just came and did whatever they needed to do. This is a really important correction, I believe, to our history. But I also had the pleasure over the last year to be invited to sit on a committee that I believe I had no right sitting on, but I said yes. And it was a committee on Indigenous Justice in the International Studies Association. And I learned so much in this committee. This committee made me see how truly ignorant I was about not the people who came, the people that were here already. We know about the people that came, right? But the ones who were here before the rest that came. And honestly, I was blown away by the amount that I did not know. The amount that I did not know. So what I want to say here is that I hope that these signs, this signage, and also the Hillcrest Amerindian Interpretive Center. This interpretive thing has me a little confused. I don't know, was interpretive signage or was it an interpretive center. But I really hope that this goes beyond giving us a kind of story that there were these people that they came on the boat from Venezuela and they used to be moving around. This is the Caribs. This is a story. I hope we don't get a story. Bear with me a minute. I hope we actually get a deep and meaningful history about the violence and the violations that occurred so that those people were not here and that this was apparently a vacant place. This is a critical part of our heritage. We focus a lot on ourselves when we talk about things like reparation, without recognizing that there are other people who lived in Barbados, lived in this region, that were done so much damage, but also contributed so much to making the Caribbean, to making this area. That I hope that there is a really deep treatment of this history and not just signage that said there was a settlement here. There are other things in this document that I hope there's deep treatment of as well, several burial grounds and so on that I did not even know. We were just walking over people that, you know, should be treated with, areas that should be treated, I think, with a level of reverence. And I hope that we do treat this with a level of reverence as well. Because this is a very tragic story of the indigenous people, what we call in this document Amerindians. And I hope that such people from across the region and those who may be left in Barbados are going to be able to really contribute to making this a reality. Not just the siting, not just the location, but in ensuring that we have some depth to this. Final point, Mr. President, and this has to do with something that always comes into my mind when I deal with development, in Barbados, across the Caribbean, because we are a tourist place. We market ourselves as a tourist place. You see the ads in other places, it's beautiful. The place is beautiful and true. And this is how we present ourselves to the world, the branding, etc. But I'm very conscious of the Disneyization that occurs in development and that occurs in planning, physical planning, urban planning. When we talk about heritage preservation, historical preservation, development, I do not wish that we do this in a Disneyized way. What does that mean? In a way that presents a facade, a sanitized version of Barbados. Our aspiration is not to present some place that is beautiful and offers an image to the visitors, to those who are here, of Barbados as some kind of place where people are smiling and dancing every day, here to serve their every wish. That does not present this sanitized version of our history, as I was talking about, indigenous people. Does not present this sanitized story when we have all of these heritage sites to preserve, many of which are highly colonial plantations. Bad things went on there, really bad things. The churches. I'm not saying that we want to make this place sound like it was a torture chamber, although it was for many. It was. It was not a place of luxury. Yes, it had beautiful beaches and things, but it was torturous. So I hope that we do not participate in something that is not just a Caribbean trend, but is seen as going hand in hand with globalization. Some authors call it the Mac Disneyfication. I like that one. Combination of McDonaldization and Disneyfication, where we have these images that are presented so that even labor is presented to the world as not labor. We are happy to be here working overtime and can't get a bus home at midnight when we finish our shift at the hotel. We're happy, right? And there's no transportation at night. So, you know, some of the things that we see in the physical environment, in the built environment, are reflections of our reality. They're reflections of where we are in our actual development, not just what we want to present to the world. So if we have areas that look dirty, that they don't look presentable, and they're in the city that we want to market, we have areas that they look impoverished, and they're along the Platinum Coast, it is because, guess what? That exists in Barbados. And as much as you pave the road and you put a lifestyle center, it is still going to exist in Barbados. And I hope that, Mr. President, in closing, I hope that we focus not just on the physical plan of how we want Barbados to look, how we want the land use to be, but we also think about the other areas, social issues, issues related to, yes, poverty, inequality, social dislocation, disenfranchisement that people feel that show themselves up in our built environment, homelessness. And we do not just seek to move away the people and these things that are unsightly so that this lives up to the physical plan, the expectation in the physical plan, that we actually go deeper and make meaningful efforts to address these very serious and persistent social problems in Barbados. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Harewood.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I must say that I raised to support this particular fiscal development plan. I'm intrigued by the discussions that went before me, all of them, sir. I believe I've learned quite a bit, and I've come to the conclusion that this is being received as something that is very valuable for Barbados. And similar to previous speakers as well, sir, I do miss the presence of Senator Brathwaite. And I did ask myself as well, what would he say if he were here? And I found some answers by way of the incentives, sir, provided in this fiscal development plan as far as agriculture is concerned. Particularly when we look at page 40, which focuses very briefly on the value added, sir, and it reinforces the commitment of the government to, and I can read it, sir, it says to maintain and improving transportation access, providing drainage, planning for cooperative infrastructure. You may not find the level of detail as per the 1986 document that focused on manufacturing, because, and I do understand that times would have changed from 1986 to now, and manufacturing might have been a more prominent industry at that time. And we haven't diluted it, but other industries have also risen, sir. I also want to begin by asking a question, sir, what is a physical development plan? What is a physical development plan? Is it an output based on the Planning and Development Act, a simple output? Is it a spatial representation of, twisting and turning and developing different buildings in different locations, looking at urban and rural development, sir? My answer is that it may be all of the above, but what it also is, it is a representation of culture, sir. It is an embodiment of culture, sir, and it also is a document that can promote and preserve culture. My perspective will not focus fully on all the parishes of Barbados. I wish to give a very brief southern perspective. And this plan is over 500 pages long. And my particular approach, given the limited time that we have, was to find an area in the document that could resonate with my personal experience. And I went to the page 332 just to look at the visual of the Oislins section, the section that depicts Oislins, sir. And Senator Malalu came to mind when I first looked at it, sir, when I saw the proposed boardwalk from Welch's all the way up to Miami Beach, and that window to the sea that he had mentioned. And this proposal clearly recognizes that there must be a window to the sea, not only for tourists, sir, but also for residents that live in the Oislins area, and the preservation of culture. Because most of the persons who operate in the Oislins area are from, in terms of business, they're from the general area. They're accustomed to going out there and seeing the sea as well. And one area that comes to mind is where there was the old geriatric hospital, where the bus terminal currently is. And the proposal, not to get into much detail, this plan actually proposes to shift the terminal from the current site that it is across the other side where there was the gas station. And for me, although it doesn't specify what would be there, I think it does, because it said create a new waterfront park. It really preserves that space and preserves a window to the sea, sir, that the locals and the tourists can actually observe and be impressed by what is going on there. Sir, I must say that the fiscal development plan is quite a different iteration from the same 1986 one. This one in particular emphasizes not only the green economy that was based on the 2017 plan, but also based on the green economy scope and study many years before that, but it recognizes the blue economy. And as a product of the blue economy, I must say that it also recognizes the importance of ensuring that we preserve this particular area. Back to Oislins, sir, you can look at this particular area representing even a ferrying system from the Oislins jetty straight down to the south coast and the west coast, something that was mentioned back in previous development plans, but something that's better represented and captured here, sir. It also mentions, sir, similar to a discussion that was had earlier, it implicates things that are not mentioned, it implicates employment. So where this plan may not necessarily give us the numbers that back in 1986 on manufacturing telling us X amount of persons employed in this sector, expected economic growth, sir, there are certain iterations that we can definitely make some assumptions about. So tourism, It makes mention certainly of the fact that persons will be able to exploit the tourism sector in this particular area I'm looking at, which is Oisins. Persons will be able to expand the businesses. It looks at expanding other business locations in the area as well, sir. But sir, overall, I believe that a physical development plan such as this one represents a long-standing commitment of the government to have that engagement and develop a participatory document that represents the interests of the persons within the area as well, or the areas. And Oisins can never be a Warrens, and certainly a Warrens can never be a Oisins. Suffice it to say, we had persons from Trinidad and Tobago earlier this year coming down to witness Oisins. I believe Senator Monroe Knight may be very well aware of this. And they wanted basically, sir, to copy everything that they saw in terms of the Oisins experience and take it to Trinidad. I know this is being discussed in places like New York as well, trying to export Oisins to New York. And sir, what I'm emphasizing here is that while we're looking at a physical development plan, while we are looking at buildings being proposed and pathways being created to create windows to the sea, we're also looking at preserving the very culture of the persons that exist in these areas, whether it be Oisins, whether it be Spikestown, Old Town. The cultural aspect is something that may not necessarily be focused on with a document heavily, but is something that there are heavy implications for. I too also have some recommendations in terms of the physical development plan. I do agree with the recommendation of having a more reactive process in terms of any amendments that take place rather than waiting the full allotment or the legislative allotment of 10 years. In some instances, I know that the legislation provides for reviews and revisions of the plan, but I think a more real-time or more interactive session is what is being called for, and I can fully support that, sir. There are some aspects of the physical development plan, particularly the zoning this southern belt as well, which naturally comes to mind when I saw proposals for roads and stuff, sir. Every morning I travel from the Oisins. When I travel from Oisins all the way down to Top Rock, there's basically, well, past Super Center, there's basically only one turn after Massey, sir, not Super Center, after Massey Supermarket for you to get from the Oisins, Maxwell, Bohan Road to Maxwell Hill. That is next to Massey. So you have to basically stick in traffic until all the way down Top Rock for you to even make a turn and go up, sir. And these are things that, you know, make me feel happy about what has been proposed, but things that tell me that the level of discussion and discourse will continue and should continue to ensure that some of the concerns that pedestrians have and commuters have as well can be expressed in these physical development plans as well. One thing I also take away from this and reinforcing culture is that the physical development plan not only looks at developing new buildings and new spaces to the betterment of the community, but it utilizes existing spaces. Take, for example, sir, one of the best institutions across the world, the Christchurch Foundation School, sir. They're actually mentioning utilizing all two of the fields there for the surrounding communities as opposed to having them go to town and go to different areas. I would suggest that in order for us to maintain the numbers that we want for the community to utilize it, that we also provide the relevant infrastructure for them to utilize, whether it be for football, because I know in some instances a couple of years ago, many years ago, there were complaints from the guys in Galway Hill that they can't use the foundation bars because of the way the bars and stuff. Many years ago, not under this administration, the previous one, sir, but suffice it to say, we need to ensure that while we create open spaces and we want to have communities collaborate and a cross-fertilization of communities, hopefully promoting peace as well, that we also provide the infrastructure and the critical resources to see that into fruition, sir. As I said, sir, I will not belabor this. I believe that the document represents a clear indication of the government and its commitment, sir, to ensure that we can not only create new spaces, that we can not only utilize existing physical spaces, but most important to me, that we can help preserve the culture of these areas and not necessarily take the inputs of those residents that live in the particular areas out of context. We cannot ever exclude them. I believe many senators have made mention of it, but really and truthfully, this is a participatory process that must continue. Just to stick a pin on one final point, sir, Whereas I established earlier, I agree with the approach to have a more responsive process for inputs if there are any changes. I also must agree that the government should always have a level of flexibility to be nimble for changes that need to take place, particularly in emergency situations as well. And whereas having everything open and transparent to consultancy is always something that I promote, we must allow for that level of flexibility in special circumstances as well. But, sir, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I will not be any longer. I want to give my full support to this fiscal development plan, and I am most obliged.
Thank you, Senator Hayward. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I initially came into the chamber, I had said quietly that I would only speak for 3 minutes. And it was because I felt that this full ream of paper, 500 pages, represents the document that we are supposed to debate in this chamber before the end of the year. And I think it's unreasonable. This document was given notice of on the 21st of November in the other place. It was debated for 2 days in the other place. 2 full days. And that's a place that's become a place where the only eyes and there's no debate. But it was debated for 2 whole days. But in this chamber, we are supposed to debate it before 9 o'clock tonight. This document is an intergenerational document. But we have to debate it. So I have to speak. So I can't speak for only 3 minutes. Mr. President.
Just to be technically correct, though, there's nothing in the rules that sets a limit other than that each member can speak for half an hour. If it so happens that members will not exercise their full time, the debate may conclude in a shorter period. But there's nothing in the rules that says that this has to be debated today and by 9 o'clock. This technically, so Senator Miller.
I thank you for your technical advice, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I listened to part of the debate, and I was particularly happy by a contribution given by a representative from Christchurch South, because he pointed out that a physical development plan is really about the people. You can build all the houses and buildings and block all the windows to the sea that you want, but it's about the people. And if you do not include the people, you've wasted time. And Senator Yearwood reflected some of that just now. Now, Senator Cummins said that we produce 1,000 tons of garbage daily. That doesn't include the carbon dioxide, by the way. And we know that the carbon dioxide. Yes, but that's why I said it doesn't include carbon dioxide. And when we speak about greening Barbados, the greening does refer to the carbon dioxide to a large extent. So we have to start talking about the carbon dioxide, what its sources are, and what we're really doing about it. Mr. President, there are places where tree planting has become the buzz. And there was a scientist who suggested some time ago, and I don't remember how many billion trees it was supposed to be, that we should plant all of these trees. He subsequently said that he doesn't think he was right. And it is because that planting trees will not solve the problem. This little rock, Mr. President, has problems. And going forward in our development, we have to grow and become resilient and do all the things that we've promised to do. But we also have to spend time fixing the problems that we've created. And last time I was in this chamber, sir, I mentioned almost with an aside about one of the problems that we created in the belt. And that problem, sir, has occurred in an area where we get our water from. And it's a man-made problem. And it will affect our water quality. And the sad thing is, sir, that we saw it happening and we didn't do anything about it. In fact, no, we encouraged it. We encouraged it. So on one hand, we talk, but we came and encouraged something that was going to be destructive. And now we have to fix it. So when we have a physical development plan, sir, that lays out what we're supposed to do, we have to be vigilant and we have to do the things that we said we're going to do. And we have to enforce the things that we said we're going to enforce. And if it says you can't build a 10-story building and you build one and you should only build 8, we should knock off the 8 2 stories. We can't stay quiet about it and let it stay that way. Because next thing, someone will come build a 14-story building next to it and it'll be all right. And all the windows CDC will disappear as they have on the South Coast. And then we will say, oh, you want Oystins, if you want CDC, go to Oystins. Development, sir, is important. But we have to remember that the people who live in the country should be able to see the sea. I'm pleased, sir, that I work at the QEH and I can see a tremendous vista from the 3rd floor where I work often. Now, Mr. President, our groundwater supplies have been under threat for a long time. And it has not stopped, and it will not stop in a hurry. And yesterday, and the last few days when the rain fell, sir, I am sure, as Senator Cummings said, there were other problems. And while we have problems with the water that we're going to pump, we lose a large percentage of the water that is being pumped at great cost as non-revenue water. And I would like to see, sir, that in the conservation side, that we should have some unit, sir, established by government in the BWA that is like the water emergency department, sir, that specifically gets out there and stops the small leaks and the large leaks. Because all the physical development can only happen when there's water available. And if the quality of the water falls, it will be a disaster. And if there's not enough of it, it's a bigger disaster. So all the development that we want to have can only happen, sir, if there is water. Now, the aquifer which was mentioned today, I believe, sir, is under threat. And it happens because of illegal dumping and illegal dumping. The illegal dumping occurs, sir, in the places designated as our sites to dump garbage. But no one has published anywhere that I have seen any study that has shown that there's not leaching from these sites. Nobody has been willing to say, what happens when you go up to the landfill up on the brow by the ABC? What happens? I can tell you what happens in the new cell. The new cell has a well-prepared, scientifically designed lining, but I'm not sure all of it does. So is there leaching from it? And what happens at the old sites? What's happened at the old sites? And can we reverse them? What's happened in St. George? Where a fire seems to burn constantly and affects the people who live nearby. St. George, Lower Estate. Those are the issues about physical development. So you can have all the development you want and buildings and propose to build buildings, but if you do not take the steps for the remedial work, all that you depend on will be contaminated. No one yet can say if the water table in the Bell has been contaminated because of it. I'm not saying that it is, sir. Please, I'm not saying that it is. but we need to know. Now, Mr. President, we spoke some time ago and said that Barbados, I think, is supposed to be carbon neutral by 2030. I think that's the correct term. And carbon neutrality, to my mind, means that the carbon dioxide you produce is equally matched by what you sequestrate, or you alter how you produce what your energy with wind and green energy, so that it's matched. And then there's the talk about 100% electrification. Because there's a push to move our transportation from being fossil fueled to being green. Now, you can also be green with hydrogen, but if talk about 100% electrification is real, then it means that hydrogen, well, depends on how you get your hydrogen. Hydrogen can't be a major factor of it. And it's something to bear in mind, sir, because we have not yet come up with a comprehensive plan for disposal. And I keep doing this every time on purpose, sir, that we have cars that are supposed to go off the roads and trucks and buses, and yet we don't have any plans for what will happen when the new ones reach end of life. And Senator Cummings said that we import, I think she said everything about these things. We import all the stuff. We import the photovoltaic panels, we import the batteries, we import the cabling. Everything is an import. And at the end of life, it has to be disposed of. So we have to have a plan, sir, to just safely dispose of them. I suppose in a grand world, we could re-export them, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen. So we have to dispose of it locally. So we have to come up with a plan where we can safely dispose of the things that we import that might do us harm. I want to comment on something that I think Senator Malu said about an advocate of green spaces and windows to the sea. And I just want to say, remember the house that Jack built. Remember the house that Jack built, sir. I'm glad you remember it. Remember the house that Jack built. That's all I'm going to say. Now, regarding vacant lots, sir, there's a little concept called, excuse me, intergenerational wealth. And intergenerational wealth does not mean large sums of money. It might mean that little lot that your grandfather purchased, that he never built the house on, that he gave to his grandson, who built his house on it. So, my uncle, my late uncle, and the time when he was alive, he inherited the majority of the property of his father because the law at the time was set that way. But he and his wife decided to give to their nephews and nieces part of the property and subdivide the property. And that's an example, sir, of intergenerational wealth. All the lots are not built on, but one lot grows food, one lot has sheep on it. So a vacant lot doesn't necessarily mean it's an unused lot. And there are houses in this country, lots of houses, that are only occupied for a few months in the year, when the elderly can't take the cold, the temperate climates, and they come home. And there's economic value in that, sir. I agree, however, that when you go around developments, particularly the older ones, not the ones where the houses are built by developers all at the same time, particularly developments where an individual buys a lot and builds their own house. There are lots of lots that are not occupied. And then you see more and more agricultural land being taken up to be subdivided for developments. And there has to be a balance. Now, what's the happy balance, Mr. President? I really don't know. You can't take people's lots back up. You can, however, Mr. President, if a government was bold enough and felt strongly enough, impose penalties on not developing your lot. If a government was bold enough to do it. There are jurisdictions where if you buy condominiums in some cities and you don't occupy them, your taxes are higher. And there are some penalties, certainly on agricultural land, if it's not occupied. If it's not farmed, you pay a higher rate than if it's farmed. But, Mr. President, the development plan includes the idea that there will be land available for development for housing. And I wanted to say something about that, Mr. President, because we seem to believe that with all our pledges for taking up advanced technology and use it to help the country, that what we do in housing is necessarily the best way to do it. And the prices that we pay for the said housing are the best prices you can get. And the way that we do them is a sustainable way and the best way to do it. And I put it to this chamber so that they're wrong. That I don't believe the models that we use, particularly for the mass-produced housing, is the best model. And I don't believe, sir, that the notion that time saved in construction should equate to some equality in price when you get the house. I think it's nonsense. And I look forward to this, sir, when someone will come to this country as an investor and bring technology that will build modular housing at truly affordable prices, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Boyce. And Willie Boyce. Before you speak, Senator Boyce, I'd like to invite the Deputy President to take the chair for a moment or two. Okay, relax. Thank you.
Senator Boyce.
Madam Deputy President, thank you for recognizing me. The physical development plan that we're considering this evening is not just a 500-page document. I believe that it is a complete manifestation of the virtues and values of this country. Barbados, a small island developing state, 57 years post-independence, has limited resources. It has a small land space, but it has big ambitions. And one of those ambitions, Madam Deputy President, is that of building out an inclusive society for persons with disabilities and the elderly. And throughout this physical development plan, we see a commitment by the administration to do precisely that. Sometimes, as a person with a disability engaged in the work of advocacy, you engage with Barbadians with disabilities and those who care for them, and they tell you that the policy work, they kind of shrug off the importance of the policy work because their lived reality is not, or has not, they don't think, been impacted by the work of policy. And while I think that that is an unfortunate view, and a view that I don't necessarily agree with, I think this policy, this physical development policy, is a counter to that perception. In this policy, Madam Deputy President, we see talk of accessibility for persons with disabilities. What does that mean? It means, and we see enshrined into the plan, this notion of accessible social and cultural spaces. We see a plan for accessible education spaces and spaces designed for ease of access, Madam Deputy President, for persons with disabilities. I do not have to tell you that when many of the community centers and schools were constructed across the country, we were, to put it simply, we did not have the perception that we are now developing that persons with disabilities had the right to be active and engaged citizens, and certainly had a right to social and cultural participation in the education sphere, and participation in the education sphere. At that time, and for a long time since, Madam Deputy President, there has been a perception that as a person with a disability, you only get to do certain things in the country. You get to go to church if you are inclined so to do. You get to go to school if you're lucky enough to. You get to go to work if you're lucky enough to. But the enjoyment of your country, the participation in national life, your ability to recreate and to access national spaces was not prioritized. I am delighted that this national development plan changes that, helps to change that perception. It changes that perception, ma'am, by considering, contemplating, and committing to a bridge town that is accessible. Senator Hines spoke about the infrastructural issues and the challenges, if you will, of trying to make it through many of our town centers, particularly Bridgetown, with a wheelchair, for instance. I don't normally use a chair, but for many years I did. After returning home from receiving medical treatment, and at that time, I had to consider very carefully the places where I could go and the activities that I could participate in, because this Barbados, the land of my birth, was not as accessible as I would hope. That changes with a plan and a commitment. I began, Madam Deputy President, by talking about the virtues and values of this country. And very often we say that we as a country are defined by that which we do. Ma'am, I am also of the view that we are defined as a country by that which we commit to. And it is by that token that I give this physical development plan and its themes and commitments of accessibility my full support. Madam Deputy President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much. Senator Lindell Nurse.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say the preparation and approval and bringing into operation of development plans is a major aspect of the planning system in Barbados. And it is a specific requirement under the 2019 Planning Act, Clause 12, 1. And of course, the purpose of the development plan, as I believe Senator Cummings in her opening remarks pointed out, is to set up the vision for land use and for development over a time period. We know over this specific time period being approximately 10 years. And Senator Cummings also made the point that development plans really and truly, and that is quite correct, is a continuum. So we don't ignore the plans of the future. What we do is we take the plans that would have been prepared in the past and we improve on them. This improvement, of course, is necessary because of changing situations, changing economic situations, changing environmental situations, changes in economic activities, social activities, etc. So it has to be, so the process is really an updating from time to time to take into account all of the issues which would be confronting the country at the time. What is interesting, and so what is interesting to note is that this plan, which we are now debating and which will presumably, if it is approved, will come into effect. This looks, therefore, to incorporate the new issues which confront the country. Obviously, of course, this plan was prepared back in 2017, so obviously it's a little bit dated, but a lot of the issues still are relevant today. And so it incorporates the new global emerging issues of things like global warming, climate change, renewable energy, to which Senator Cummings mentioned, and of course the promotion of the green and the blue economy. But this plan also highlights a number of critical development issues which are currently facing the country. And of course, these would need to be addressed as we move forward and we try to make sure that the aspects of this plan are implemented. I would particularly mention the question of land availability for continuing agricultural use. And I'm sure that if Dr. Rafiq was here, he would, of course, speak to this issue in much more detail. It is interesting to note that the plan indicates that the country only has now approximately 20 8,000 acres of land under the classification for agriculture. And if you compare this to the previous 2003, where the plan actually identified there were 45,000 acres available for agriculture purposes. So that in a matter of approximately 14, 15 years, you see the land available for agricultural use having declined from 45,000 acres to 28,000. So approximately a 40% decrease. So this is a very worrying trend, Mr. President. And I would suggest that it requires an explanation and obviously a very strong response of how we are going to deal with that situation. Of course, the question is whether 28,000 acres is now an adequate amount of land for sustainable agricultural development. I don't have the answer for that. I am not an agricultural expert, but I think obviously the logical thing would be to ensure that government does everything, or rather that government does nothing to further alienate this remaining acreage. I would further suggest, Mr. President, that an agricultural development plan be developed. In 2003, I believe, I think the 2003 plan, physical development plan, actually did have access to an agricultural plan. This is not the case just now under this new plan to which we are discussing, but it should be constituted and done as a matter of urgency, where, the agricultural sector issues and options for future land use planning and policy implications would be identified. Also, related to that, then, I think it would be useful to have an agricultural census to really verify whether or not this 28,000, which was the 28,000 acres remaining, is really the true number, or if it's, a bigger or lower number or whatever. But I think that would be also a useful, that would be a useful thing for government to undertake. Another critical issue, of course, Mr. President, would be the requirement of land for housing, and this has been spoken to by various speakers so far. And I'm talking about housing, and I raise this point because as there continues to be this pressure for land for housing, what has happened over the past is that land has been taken out of agriculture to satisfy this need. And so as more and more agricultural land has been released, this I suppose accounts for a very good reason why we see this reduction in the acreage remaining. I believe it was Senator Malalu, who would have mentioned the issue of the number of vacant house lots which have been given approval and which are just lying there idle. I also, I also note, of course, that there are various tracts of land for which planning permission would have been given, for which are not currently developed. And I'm making the, also the over the island, there are a number of either vacant lots with available services already. There would also be houses which are unoccupied. You just have to drive around the country, you know, and you see some of the some of the areas where there was lots of housing, for example, in you know, Bank Hall, Bush Hall, and all over Black Rock. There are a lot of derelict houses in some cases, but some may be good, in fairly good condition. And so I'm making these points because I think we have to somehow find a way of making sure that these lots and these which are around the country are actually being used rather than putting further pressure on the agricultural land. And the 23,000, which was spoken of earlier, it was actually contained in the Barbados National Report to the Habitat Tree Conference, which indicated that 1 in every 6 houses on the island was unoccupied. So, I think all of this to make the point then that there is clearly a number of policy issues which we will have to resolve in relation to land resource management, and that methods must be found to cause the use of existing land already approved for housing development, currently lying idle. So we have to see how we can utilize these before we take up additional agricultural space. One of the ways I think that we now have to look at in terms of solving this housing issue is I think we have to begin to seriously recognize that we can no longer allow lots for single houses as we have been allowing in the past, and we have to begin to consider that housing densities will probably have to increase. So instead of permissions for single house we have to begin to more seriously look to doing things like duplexes, condos, and so on. And in terms of government housing, look at the whole question of high-rise residences, maybe to probably about 3 or 4 levels. Some trials were made. I think the London-born, for example, towers is a very good example of how you can do that and increase the housing densities. And I think that that is still continued even after several years after that project was done, to be a good project in the city. And I think attempts were also made, there was also a project in Passage Garden, not Passage Gardens, or White Park, I think it is. In that area where a similar thing was done. And there's also another one in, I think, Valerie, where but the point is that I'm making is that to address these issues, we will need to have to go in that direction and increase the housing densities going forward. Of course, we can say against that the population is declining, and I'm not sure if this was meant, if Senator Cummins may have commented on it, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was mentioned by the Prime Minister of the 2020 census, which showed that a population of now currently about 260,000. And of course, the population is also now aging, as we also know, with average family sizes now just a mere 3.7 persons per household. So, to bring this all together, I made those points to raise the question as to, therefore, why continue a model which takes up more and more land for housing? Use what we have currently. Mr. President, I do compliment government on bringing the plan to Parliament. In my opinion, unprofessional, of course, I think it is a good plan. And I think, as I said before, it really builds on previous plans. I really wish to hope that as we move forward, we are able to implement all of the things in the physical development plan which have been set up. But we know that, of course, one of the shortfalls is that in these development plans is that in a lot of cases, development control tends to be lacking. And so we have not always been sticking very closely to the physical development plan. For example, I think that a very important issue, and I believe I raised it in some other debate, I don't remember which one, is the whole question of the national park. Both proposed in both the previous two development plans, but of today, and this is again repeated in this plan, which is now currently before the Honourable Senate. And just to be clear, we know that the proposed National Park, of which the plan speak, relates to the Scotland district and the undeveloped coastal lands, really stretching from Archers Bay in St. Lucie right down to Consett Bay in St. John, which is, as we know, an area of approximately 1/7 or 17% of the country's land area. So I would now suggest that the government move with haste to formally adopt and promote this national plan, this national park, before, we have threats to the whole area and to this unique character of this park. I have heard comments recently regarding this whole debate of the physical plan, and I think it may have even been in the other place, which has suggested that you can, allow people to do some development in this particular area. That is a particularly, as we know, a particularly fragile area. We know that the physical development plans of the set has designated that it should be kept for this purpose, and so we cannot therefore afford development to happen willy-nilly or unadvised in this particular area. Of course, I mentioned earlier, another failure has been the inability to adequately protect the agricultural land from the development pressures. So I think that those are very critical issues and areas which are highlighted in the development plan, and I think that government will have to make sure that lots of attention is seriously paid to those areas, and that the plan is followed closely. I suppose there is, I think there is, it is fair to say that there is some hope that this plan will have to be followed, because under, I think it's section 18 of the Planning Act, it now requires that it says where a physical development plan or an amendment to a physical development plan has been approved by Parliament, every public officer shall have due regard to, and as far as practicable, be guided by the plan in formulating and preparing any public sector investment project. B, the board shall give principal consideration to and be guided by the plan in considering any application for a planning permission. It says shall. So this has increased the importance and the significance of this physical development plan. And it goes on to say further that any person exercising a power to grant any fiscal incentive or other form of public sector assistance for the carrying out of any private sector investment project shall ensure that the proposed project is consistent with the plan, that is the physical development plan, and has been granted planning permission under this act, if required. So hopefully there will be more closer attention paid and to the physical development plan, and it is followed, and therefore the policy, the overall policy, should therefore become more effective to be implemented. this is not something necessarily in the physical development plan now, Mr. President, but I think allied and related to some extent. I just wanted to take the opportunity to raise the issue of building codes. And that section is, there is actually a section in the 2019 Planning Act, actually section 44 or 45, which speaks to the whole question of building codes. This section, while the rest of the Act has been proclaimed and is in operation, this section has not been proclaimed. But I think the time has come now, Mr. President, that as we move forward with our new physical development plan and so on, that the opportunity be taken to proclaim this section and to see the implementation of the building codes. We already have building codes that have been developed, Mr. President, through the the Barbados National Standards Institute. And I know that successive presidents, and the present president of the Engineers Association, has been speaking very loudly and very persistently for the implementation of building codes. And with all of the environmental issues, the climate issues that have happened within recent times, you know, we have now more, the hurricanes and so on that tend to come this way seem now to be way, way more dangerous and more than in previous times. And I think it is important to make sure that we have these codes implemented and working as we move forward. And I think also there is, I understand, there is also a department which currently exists. I believe it may be under the Ministry of Housing or the Ministry of Transport and Works. I don't quite remember at this time which it is, but which is really made up of engineers and the technical people who would actually see to looking at this, regulating this area of building codes. And so I would urge government to look at that and let's start to get working on it. So I think, as I said, I think overall, a good plan, some issues that we need to work on, but I hope that as we go forward, with this plan now in place, that this will help to reinforce and to government's policy and to see the level of development which we project coming to fruition. And with those few words, Mr. President, I would like to.
Thank you very much, Senator Ness. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I shan't be long, but I do want to, first of all, say or give my congratulations to the team that would have worked on this physical development plan. I'm sure that it took many, many hours of labor and intense work to get us to where we are today, and I congratulate the ministry and the minister and all those involved in it. But I want to take you on a journey now, Mr. President, that starts around 1627. The first people who came had access and took access of this land knew exactly what they were doing. They milked this land for everything they could have gotten out of it over the years. Some of them didn't pay a cent for any of it. And they did well. And we are at a stage now where, looking back at that particular history as to where we are today, understanding the importance of the land itself, from creating the crops such as cotton and tobacco and all these other things, to getting into the sugar revolution, into where we are today. I watch and I listen very carefully to a lot of things that have been written in some spaces or things that have been said in some spaces. And I'm going to come to what I really want to hit at, because there was a time in this country when, in order for you to vote, you had to have access to land. I want you to understand the importance of what it is we are dealing with. You had to have access to land. Some of our ancestors would have been able, later on, to purchase land. I want you to listen to me clearly, to purchase land. And in some instances, it is all that they had that they could have passed on from one generation to the next. All of this is to try to keep you to understand how serious the use of land is. As I looked through, I saw 4 major pillars upon which this is built: land use, transportation, housing, and climate change. And within that, there's a section which speaks about cultural heritage. Remember, I said our ancestors got, after slavery, the privilege to purchase lands that all of us sitting in this chamber and in the other one and in anything across this island, we'll be thankful for them for getting us to this point. Mr. President, I support all of the initiatives that could come out from the renewable energy in particular. And I say this because when I looked at the energy mix, I thought to myself, you know, the more things change, the more they remain the same. In the 1700s, we had approximately 506 windmills on this 166 square miles, producing sugar and dealing with water. And as the technology changed, and we started to use fossil fuels and all of these things, we find ourselves in 2023 and beyond, going back to where we were all those years ago. Very interesting. But one of the things, though, that I'm concerned about as we go through all of these is that I saw in the newspaper a couple of days ago, an article speaking about lands that were probably put up for auctions and the amount of capital that this auction kind of like raised. And I thought to myself, and as a good friend of mine would say, I said, self, could it be that some of these lands that people are eager to buy, you can't buy land if you don't have money. Could some of this land be lands that our ancestors had for many years and then compare the land tax? And if it is so, then how do we justify saying that these land usages and stuff like that are in benefit of some people and others? Because I often hear a lot about, people can buy and people can do that, but I want us to remember that sometimes they have to be tempered in how we deal with it, because it's only 166 square miles. It ain't getting no bigger. What I was very impressed with is the ability of forward-thinking people to start to think about the building out of islands and using that space to do things. The cultural heritage aspects of it, in terms of what I would call natural heritage, which we have in Barbados, which is spectacular. Anyone who goes into places like St. Joseph and take a look over Suriname, you're just, as was mentioned earlier, you were just blown away by what you see. And us being able to protect those spaces is important. Also, when we talk about the biodiversity, and we are beginning the conversations about medicinal plants and getting back to that type of business, I'm very, very impressed with all of those things. And I think we are going in the right direction. When we talk about the built heritage, even within there, they speak about the preservation of what we would call historic buildings. And obviously, a lot of the infrastructure in the early development of Barbados was built by the English, but we also had and still have some remnants of the charter houses, which I believe are, again, part and parcel of our cultural heritage, and it would be it would be remiss of me not to mention the importance of us being able also to preserve that particular technology and architecture and these different sort of things. But I think, Mr. President, that we are at a stage where, as was mentioned earlier, this is an intergenerational document. Like I said, 166 square miles, the importance of it for agriculture, the importance for it for housing, the importance of it for transportation, even just for patrimony, if we can use that term, in terms of this land belonging to us, is so important that I don't want people to forget or neglect that those of us who have children and growing up, and I talking now from a cultural standpoint, one of the things that your parents would always say to you is get a piece of the rock. Important for Barbadians. If I learned nothing else as a youngster coming up from my grandparents and others, was the importance of the ownership of land. And I say this again deliberately, just to build on the point of how important it was in the past when you needed it in order to vote. And I want us to, again, look at some of the other things that go along with these policies. I know there's always room for change. I think I've heard Senator Hayward talk about us being able to be agile or nimble in order to make changes if we need to at any particular point in time where land usage and these things are concerned. And I think we are on the right track. And I look forward to seeing a number of the projects that I know that will be coming on stream, especially in the energy side of it, where, as we always say, every Barbadian has the opportunity to participate in these type of initiatives. And again, using our land as a basis. But I must tell you, sir, I do still have a sense of worry. And I have to be honest about it. I really do, because I know how a family will feel. I know how a person can feel if at some point in time you had some land in your family and for some unfortunate reason, somewhere down the line, a member of the family or somebody had some difficulties or whatever it is, and that parcel of land went out of your hands. And you have others coming from other parts of the world with more wealth and more other things that were able to bid on these things and have it. And I think it is something that we need to look at. In England, I speak subject to correction, but I know at one stage in England, it was very difficult for anyone to actually purchase land. You could lease, but outright purchasing was, I don't know if it still obtains, but these are things that I think at some point in time we're going to have to look at. Because at the end of the day, those persons who are citizens of this island, born and bred here, and these sort of things, must still feel that there's something for them as we build out and go forward. And so, Mr. President, I support this, and again, I want to congratulate all those persons who were involved in it, but I just wanted to put something on the table for us as Barbadians to think about as we go forward, because like I said, there's nothing wrong with any of the plans, nothing that I see that will be a problem. But on the other side, you have to sometimes think when things begin to cross over, how are we going to deal with them? So with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I promise my colleagues, given the hour, I will be extremely brief. A lot has been said, Mr. President, regarding the Physical Development Plan 2023 that we are reviewing and debating. And I wanted to make this brief intervention because as each contribution is being made, there is a theme that is reoccurring to me as we speak about these issues. And sir, that theme is, there is this constant tension, a constant tension between development and sustainability. A constant tension. Why? Because, Mr. President, sustainability at its core is the ability for any system to maintain its integrity into perpetuity. So we talk about sustainability when we talk about natural ecology and those types of issues. But development, Mr. President, is usually synonymous with economic growth. And we always want to expand our economic base because that is the name of the game. We hear it constantly in terms of we need the economic growth because we have short-term socio-economic needs that we need to meet. We need the investment, we need the jobs. In a small island developing state like ours, we need the foreign exchange, Mr. President. And sir, what this physical development plan does for me is to really start to highlight and unpack that tension between preserving the natural environment and ensuring social sustainability as well in terms of social well-being and economic activity. But Mr. President, I will be brief, but I want to say this. On page 3 of this document, there's something very telling about that tension. Sir, it says, sustainable development patterns are key to protecting the country's scarce resources, but have not been achieved since the PDP amended 2003. Have not been achieved. The sustainable development patterns have not been achieved in the last 20 years. Why? Because whenever we're faced with the decisions, most of the time, the economic objectives take priority over the environmental and sometimes over the social priorities that we have, Mr. President. And that is the conundrum that we will constantly face, Mr. President, as a small island developing state with limited land resources. We can talk about the marine resource, but sir, I won't get into that. Sir, what I'm speaking of has 2 clear examples right now, at this moment. There is a proposed development in Spikestown, and we know that Spikestown has what I guess cultural anthropologists will call a sense of place, a certain sense of place. It has an aesthetic to it, a cultural fishing village, traditional fishing village sense of place to it. The development that is being proposed in Spikestown, how does it change the landscape of Spikestown in that way, Mr. President? How does it change the traditional aesthetic and the feel, the sights, the sounds of what really makes Spikestown Spikestown? The second project, Mr. President, is the one with regards to the marina in St. Lawrence, in St. Lawrence Gap. There was a big debate about that planned development on the South Coast. And Mr. President, when we really get into the specifics of how development, particularly along our coastlines, has affected our coastal landscape, we can find it under 4.31 in terms of natural heritage conservation areas. Sir, it states, and this is speaking specifically about Gramewall Swamp and Beach. It says, Mr. President, the swamp, Gramewall Swamp, is an example of the type of wetland habitat that once occurred at several locations along the leeward coast of Barbados from Old Town to Chancery Lane, but which has since all but disappeared through drainage for agricultural and building development. So, Mr. President, as much as we have a lot of initiatives that are well-intentioned, we have to confront the tension. We have to confront it. And the question I ask, Mr. President, is how do we judge the success of this physical development plan? How will we judge the success of this physical development plan? How will we know that we have done the things that we've set out to do in this document, Mr. President? Because what will take precedence is at the end of the year, when we have a bumper tourism season, and we will say, Mr. President, there is success in Barbados because the economy has done well. But it comes at a cost most of the time to our natural environment and sometimes also our social well-being. And there's a lot of discussion happening globally, Mr. President, about the shortfalls of only measuring a country's success through GDP. There's a whole set of post-growth theory beyond GDP narratives, Mr. President, that I am intimately involved with. And I think as a small island development state, given our nuances on how we interact with our environment, with our land, with our marine spaces. There is no one better than us to develop the necessary sustainable development matrices that we need to measure what we define, Mr. President, as sustainable development and success. Mr. President, I promised you I would be brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drake. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's interesting that I come immediately after Senator Drake's because so many of my observations, and I classify them no higher than that, will sort of converge or diverge with the points that she was making. As a Minister of Planning, I had a reason to be engaged in the development of a physical development plan for Barbados. I suppose if you've been around long enough politically, sir, as you and I have, you see so many things and you work in so many different spheres. This plan coming to us at the time that it did, 500 plus pages, really doesn't give us enough time to interrogate the issues as presented, but it is very attractive, but it does appear to lay out in a substantive way what are critical elements of our development and speak to modern development practice. I think Senator Drake's did mention some of those, or somebody certainly in their remarks did mention some of those. The issue of climate, which one would not have seen in this kind of detail in a previous development plan, and the issue of blue and green economy, which of course are new issues, and so on. But I want to share with the chamber what I can only describe as the kind of meandering of mind that this document excited as I look at it. I really would have liked the opportunity to read at length, to engage in a different kind of way, but it makes me want to ask certain questions, sir. What is development? What do we understand development to mean, and what do we understand development to deliver to us as Barbadians within the social, economic, environmental, and cultural context of our existence? How can a physical development plan be used and leveraged to create social benefits, to maintain cultural norms and values, and to preserve what we think of as being the best of Barbados? And one can think, for instance, of the way in which the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, not a physical legislation about physical space, created substantial social and economic growth. So how do we leverage a physical development plan to unleash development that is multidimensional for the population? What are the mechanisms that the physical development plan employs to ensure social, economic, and economic equity and justice in this country? Because a physical development plan is not just about where you position what. It is where you position what for whom and how it is positioned, so that those who own this country can derive maximum benefit from it. What do we want Barbados to look like in another 10, 15, or 20 years? Because all of this is what the physical development plan does. It determines what our physical space will look like. It determines whether we will have windows to the sea or not. It determines whether we will have 8 or 10-story buildings. It determines whether we will have housing that isn't just single dwelling housing, but multi-dwelling residential developments. So how do we define Barbados? How do we ensure that a physical development plan does not create wedge issues at the social level so that it creates an us and them? Them so does live here. Them kind of people and the tourists, them get this. But we have to settle for less. How does this plan address issues related to balancing our social and economic interests by determining the use of our physical spaces? How much open space do we need as a population? Why is it that we build middle-income developments and insist that there is open green space and trees, but when we build housing areas or issues, areas that we call low income, we don't apply the same considerations? And yet the density in those areas, the population density, is far higher. So there is greater need for the open space and the green spaces and the recreational space and the community development space. How does the physical development plan deliver on that for us as a people? We have heard, how does it deliver adequate housing to a population where there's a waiting list at NHC of 17,000 plus people? How does it make provision for the people of Barbados who need housing, people who are renting and are capable of buying and want to buy, or people who are incapable of buying and want to rent, or people who are not able because they don't have adequate disposable income to walk into the banks and say, look at my here, this is my lump sum as a deposit, but who, if you gave them the chance, would grasp with both hands the opportunity to be property owners if you gave them rent to own options. And that includes people who are middle income, who live from check to check, and who find it difficult. And that is nothing to be embarrassed about. That is the reality of life. Who find it difficult to amass the kind of sum of $30,000 or $40,000 which may be required in order to build a house, to get a down payment on a property in a middle income area. All of these are issues. And then we go to the question of agriculture. I hear the lament about land being taken out of agriculture. As a small island developing state, we have to ask ourselves, what is the best economic use of our land? How much land do we need to reserve or preserve for agriculture? The idea of having 30,000 acres or how much ever it was, I don't recall, was developed at a period when agriculture was labor intensive, when agriculture meant sugar cane agriculture, so you needed large tracts of land for production, and when we had a different kind of approach to agriculture than there is with modern technology. Hydroponics, greenhouses, technologies which allow for little use of water, for growing on the tops of buildings and all kinds of things, allow us to utilize spaces for agriculture that were not previously utilized. So that while we should do an audit to see how much agricultural land or lots are still available, what we need to determine is what is the model of agriculture we need for food security based on the technologies available today and match the needs against the technological capacity for delivery. So I am not one of those who is wed to this notion that we need to have X number of parcels or X numbers of acres of land maintained for agriculture, not in the modern context of modern agriculture, not in the context where we are no longer, sugar is no longer king, and we don't need to have acres and acres to grow sugar cane. So I firmly support the agricultural use, but in a modern context. How much space do we need for recreation? I had a very interesting experience, and I moved now to the question of what we want Barbados to look like. I had a very interesting experience. I was going to a Westminster, and I popped into the Hallmark store at the Walk to get an envelope to put some cash in for the bride and groom. While I was there, at the cashier, getting my business sorted, a lady was standing in the line. She said, "You are a member of the government." And she said it like an accusation. "You are a member of the government." I stand accused, madam. Yes, I am. I'm very disappointed. I voted for the Barbados Labour Party. I always used to. I'm deeply hurt. And I asked her what was it that she was hurt about. Said to me that she was from the South Coast, and there were no buildings going up of 8+ stories or 6+ stories. She thought that there were monstrosities in the context of Barbados' size, and she really had a major objection to having buildings at that height put on the coast. I said to her that, as far as I know, town planning had indicated that they had a plan that they were going to allow in certain areas buildings of a much higher height than we are accustomed, and it is to increase density, and it may have to happen for housing as well, and I tried to explain. She was not satisfied with my explanation. She followed me out of the store. I didn't know if she put down the goods that she had or not. She followed me out of the store. I wished her well, and I turned to get into my car. I got in, and she held the door so that I could not move. I switched on the engine and put down the lever, clearly indicating I intended to go off, and she was quarreling and venting about what this issue of how high, and she went on. And it was at this point that I got very angry with her, to make all kinds of accusations about why, about corruption or why buildings were being put up this high. Well, at that point, I said to her, "Madam, I really can't have a conversation with you anymore. And unless you let go of the door, you're going to find that I am going to step on the gas, because I've told you, I've talked to you, I've been very courteous, I've given you my time, I've told you I have a wedding to go to, I'm really rushing. You've come here, you're now really physically stopping me from moving, and I don't know that I can explain. And you are now getting into how corrupt all the politicians are and so on, but you're talking to a politician. And I don't know that anything you are saying can be justified, because as soon as people get upset in Barbados, this is what they do. They link it to politicians, and they link it to corruption. They don't align it with any kind of planning on the part of the physical development plan or the town planning department, or policy growth or policy changes. It has to do with wrongdoing. But this goes to my question: what do we want Barbados to look like? And while she articulated it in a way of which I did not fundamentally approve, and indeed with which I did not agree, she was raising what I consider to be a legitimate question. Because when we drive along the coast, do we really want to see buildings at the kind of height that is going up? If we had our development to do all over again, I would stop people from building on the beach, on the coast altogether, so that when you walked or drove, you would always have a vista of the sea. Increasingly, we can't see the sea in Barbados anymore. So what is our physical development plan doing to protect these important seascapes and to protect our landscape? There are those of us who really love to see the sea. Wherever I go in Barbados, I drive along Spring Garden. I'm going to St. Philip, I come down Spring Garden. I'm heading north, I come to Spring Garden, circle, and go north. After, sorry? And I live in St. Thomas. It is the most, yes. The Mighty Grinder Highway, beg your pardon. I chose to live in St. Thomas, but on a ridge, so I could actually lie in my bed and look into the sea. It's that important to me. And it's important to other people, but I don't want to be anecdotal solely. I grounded that point of what we want Barbados to look like physically in 5 years, and 10 years, and 20 years in the context of this woman venting her ire by, I beg your pardon, by this lady, obstructing me and restraining me from going about my business. Now, I want to speak to some of the other points that were made. This notion that we can just take up land that is not in active use really speaks to disadvantaging the owners. You cannot just take up people's land. There are people who can use that land as security. There are people who will pass it on to children and grandchildren. There are people who may farm it for a while, and whether it is animal farming, animal husbandry, animal farming, or crop farming, and send to school children. And they may stop then after the children reach a certain age, and they may not become able. So land has value, and there are people in Barbados who historically have not been the owners of land and must have land and have access to it and ownership of it. And I'm not going to be part of any call just because somebody has bush growing on their land that you are to take it from them because it is not being productive. My husband and I own 2 lots in St. Peter on which we pay our land taxes. It is growing grass, overgrown like many other people's, but I needed security the other day, and I was able, when the bank asked, what are your assets, to say, look, we got 2 little pieces of land up there in St. Peter. And in consequence, was able to have our balance sheet look good enough for the bank to say, well, all right. So that is true for several other people. And therefore, we have to give them the opportunity. I intend, and we fully intend, to ensure that our heirs who are, his children and my nieces and nephews, so my stepchildren, have access to property, and so that we have worked for. I think I've made my point, and I don't want to be... I think I've made my point, and there are other points I want to make, so I don't want to spend any more time on that, but I think I've made the point that you cannot just take up people's lands. I think that we have to negotiate, and sometimes properties are vacant because of family conflicts, because of issues in relation to estates, because relatives cannot agree on what to do with it. Sometimes family fortunes have changed, and they have property that other members of the family really cannot afford to redevelop. What is needed is for a plan, and one was developed. I don't know, sir, both you and I as past ministers of housing were involved in the development of such a plan, where the intention was to speak to persons who had vacant properties, could not afford to redevelopment, and ask them to put them into a rental pool so that people on the NHC list could have access to these properties, and then a payment arrangement for government's refurbishment and upgrading of the properties was supposed to be worked out. But that has never come to fruition, although I think it is still a good and viable option for those who have lands that they cannot afford to redevelop. Another point that was raised during the course of the debate was the encouragement of squatters. When I was Minister of, I think, Housing and Physical Development, I had to deal with the squatters' development. I hate to use the word squatters development, but the set of squatters, large set of squatters up in Waterford. Now, some suggestion was made that the aquifers are at risk, and I think that the way in which it was framed suggested that there was acute, serious, and immediate risk. I am not aware that any such risk of that gravity exists. But it is a fact that if you constantly have squatting or unplanned development over areas which are aquifers, then you do stand such a risk. But I am not prepared to say, without any evidence, to suggest that there is current and serious risk, because you are talking about a public health problem, and I wouldn't want to put it out there that such a problem exists unless I have evidence that can support such an allegation. The squatters issue is not simple. It is one that was imported, this squatting, and I don't know what is, there's an expression for it which eludes me at the moment, but where you thief electricity and water from other people. What's the expression? No, it isn't called thieving. But that's what you do. You run wires and so on. It causes a lot of fires and death. There is an expression for it. It escapes me. But a lot of those squatters' developments existed in the Eastern Caribbean. And allegedly they started here when persons from other islands who had the cultural experience saw vacant lands and decided, well, we're not making bear sport, yeah? When these are ripe for seizing, and they seized or went onto the lands. So what you have is a situation where people apply to NHC, and NHC is the major supplier of housing and lots and rental housing for people in a certain income bracket in Barbados. So people go on to the lands after they apply to NHC and are on a waiting list for 10 years and cannot get anywhere to live. Meanwhile, your family is expanding. You see it happen in housing areas where there are 20 people living in units, and they then build on a little hut or something at the back that part of the family can go into. That is part of the cultural experience. What troubles me about these squatters' developments or these squatters' areas, and this isn't widely known, is that there are people in Barbados who go into squatters' areas and they seize lands and build houses and rent them, very substandard houses, and rent them to people. So you will find that Mr. John A., not Mr. John K., but Mr. John A., owns 4 parcels of land in every squatter's development in Barbados, in which he is renting to other people. There are people living in middle-class developments with palatial residences who have seized lands in squatters' development and are renting them out. Houses, I'm telling you this for a fact. I mean, all of this came to me as part of my knowledge as housing minister. So the squatters issue isn't just that politicians encourage it, because I am not aware of any politicians who go and say, look, go across there and seize piece of land, it's vacant. It belongs to Chris Maynard, but he don't farm it. Go and seize it. No, I'm not aware that they do that. But what happens is that an abundance of empathy. You do not want to condone wrongdoing. But then when you have little children living without water, without electricity, families in substandard conditions, the little boy coming out and going to Combermere, or the little girl going to Queen's College, and you feel you want to help them. You want to help the family. You want to see their conditions improve. It isn't just that you are looking to be voted for. You really are looking to improve the conditions of the people in these circumstances. So it turns out then that government invariably intervenes and provides housing solutions or provides solutions of some sort for these people, not for the slumlords, but for the people who are genuinely looking for somewhere to live and have seized these lands. So you have the Bell, you have St. Philip, you have Waterford. All of these are areas that need to be looked at. What government needs to do, and which it doesn't do, but which I strongly support. I had actually given squatters notice when I was a housing minister. We had started the process of doing the assessments to move them. And what government has to do is, as soon as you see a squatter's development start, stop it in its tracks. When you have 2 or 3 houses, take initiative then. Don't wait till you get 10 and then 30 and then 300. Because once 1 or 2 people gone, because invariably it's a core of families, and then their friends and family and others come, or people see them, they say, I'm getting through you in the body and moving there, and the others join them. So this is what you have to address. Stop it early. I want to, and this goes back to the issue of what the country will look like. Thank you. Our renewable energy sector is going to create a different kind of visual landscape. The solar panels, wind farms, solar farms, all kinds of storage areas. And as more new technologies come on, and there is a manifesto which speaks to Barbados being a test bed for renewable energy technologies for SIDS, that has planning implications of where all these things are going to go, what car parks are going to look like, how roofs will be utilized, large parcels of land that were previously agricultural, that may have been fallow or lying idle for some time, will now be taken up, because people are going to do the cost-benefit analysis and recognize that it is more profitable for them to sell power than it is for them to sell pumpkins. Pumpkins, sir. Majors, they say pumpkins. And that's the reality. So when you talk about lands going out of agriculture, and you talk at the same time about renewable energies and the benefit of renewable energies, let us start then to talk about our land uses and balancing the interests. And these are the kinds of things which, to me, the physical development plan has to strike the balance in understanding where the intersections of need, profit, and a visual landscape collide. I spoke in here already, and therefore I'm very brief, about the whole issue of infrastructure. It is now impossible. Traffic is becoming, particularly at Christmas and during rush hour, as a gridlock kind of situation. Wherever you go, you see large container vehicles, and I've made the point that we need to look at an industrial access road which allows heavy-duty vehicles and vehicles of this type, so that you can move freely on the highways and get to places more quickly. I'm also concerned about the weight of this increasing number of vehicles on the road. I turn then to something that you know, sir, I would have to include, and that is the issue of climate. The physical development plan speaks to the issue of climate change, and we have to plan for climate change. And it isn't only in the context of reducing our energy or fossil fuel footprint. It has to do, sir, with the fact of our planning. We cannot be talking about renewable energy unless we have LEED certified buildings. And I don't see buildings in Barbados going that direction. I do not see green buildings in Barbados, so that areas are activated by movement, by sensors that reduce the use of water, electricity, and we have to do this across the board at both the commercial and the residential level. But what is more important, I think, sir, is for us in our planning to understand how weather patterns are changing, the amount of water and rainfall that we are getting, and the impact of having critical national installations like your hospital, like your fire service, like your major police stations, like your telecommunication stations in low-lying areas in the city. This is a major planning issue that we have not confronted. In the event of a hurricane, will the hospital then, because it only takes a little rain for the pasture out by the hospital to become a swimming pool. So that in the event of a serious weather event, extreme weather event, what is going to happen? So there are a whole number of issues in relation to our climate planning and our climate policy that we have to start to consider. And then there is the matter of community-based development. We cannot only be planning for the big, sophisticated hotels and developments. How do we preserve, and Senator Drake spoke to this in some regard, it is the whole question of change, because planning and development also mean change. And this requires a public education and public conversation exercise. How do we plan change in Barbados? Does Speightstown retain its character? Do we go to Oystons on Friday night for our fish? What will Warrens be like in 10 years? These are critical issues of planning. And if we want to preserve a certain character, if we want to preserve the appearance, lifestyle, and landscape of a small island developing state that still has its colloquial charms, that still has its traditional kind of beauty, that you can still walk down Bathsheba and feel as if you are in a different place, that you can walk on the East Coast Road, the Ermeybourne Highway, sorry, Auntie Ermey, that you can still walk on the Ermeybourne Highway, and if you drive down there has some massive houses now. The charming little village that it used to be, or it isn't that anymore. So this whole issue of change and physical planning and development in the context of change, but there must be change. When Errol Barrow changed Sandy Lane from agriculture to tourism, that was a change. But look at the benefits. So this is a conversation that we need to have at the national level about physical development plan and what it retains, what it maintains, and what it transforms in order to deliver social equity, in order to deliver social justice, and in order to make sure that Barbadians for generations to come still feel that they are invested in and have a stake, a place, and a future in this country. I would wish then, in closing, to commend the planning board, the new planning board, Planning and Development Board, I think it is called, for their work to date, to commend the professionals who give of their time on that board, chaired by Vera Brathwaite, attorney at law. I've not given notice of calling of the name, sir, but it is not pejorative, so I trust you will allow it. I can't go into all of the members, but a group of professionals serve, and they serve in a way that I hope they take cognizance of some of the issues which I have raised today. And with those many words, sir,
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Cummins, please wind up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to all honorable members of the Senate for your contributions. I am going to attempt to respond to the points that have been raised in my closing. Yes, And I want to make sure that for the record, the government of Barbados has responded to some of the issues that have been raised. I appreciate that Senator Thompson has ably responded to the question of picking up people's land because they're using it, and responded to the background as to why, even though as a government, we accept that unplanned settlements, if you call them squatters or otherwise, may appear to be challenging when you're talking about expenditure, and when we speak about the principle of it, that there is a human element of it that always drives any government, and it is beyond the question of politics. But I won't speak about those kinds of things at all. I believe that Senator Thompson has ably covered quite a number of them, but I want to speak to some specific issues that were raised for the record. Senator Malalu, in his contribution, raised a number of issues, and I want to go specifically to one which has been traditionally quite contentious in the public space when we talk about windows to the sea, access to beaches, and so on. So I would not be in a position, obviously, Mr. President, as leader of government business, to allow that one to go without a response. Mr. President, in the physical development plan itself, at page 129, section 3.62, in terms of general policies, it raises the following projections for planning. It says the following: development or redevelopment of waterfront properties will be designed to maintain and enhance views to the sea, preserve existing shore access points, and provide new ones where possible. It goes on to say, Mr. President, that development or redevelopment should incorporate measures to improve the pedestrian environment along the frontages of the property, including the provision of sidewalks, parking areas, screening from parking areas, and appropriate lighting. So the points that were raised are captured in the plan itself, but then it goes on, Mr. President, at section 4.4, as it relates to coastal landscape protection. And there's an entire section in 4.4 that speaks to the coastal landscape protection zone. And there are a number of elements that are included there, Mr. President, including but not limited to the recommendation that the Coastal Zone Management Unit and the government speaks to safeguarding sections, remaining sections of this area, and it identifies, Mr. President, ensuring the protection of access to the Atlantic coast of Barbados using the integrated coastal management plan. It talks also, Mr. President, about landowners being required to preserve existing spaces in the zone. And it also speaks here, Mr. President, to all new development being required to have a setback of a minimum of 10 meters from the cliff edge. This is captured in the existing plan, Mr. President, which makes it very clear that this government is still, despite over multiple years of having beach frontage, to the principles of preserving beach access and windows to the sea, and as well as the issue which was raised by Senator Malalu on parking. I want now to go to the query that was raised, and I'm particularly interested in making sure that I clarify this, because just last week, and Senator Thompson, you would be intrigued. I certainly did not have your experience about a person attempting to obstruct me from passing, but just this morning, as I stopped to get my coffee and to make my way here, an individual approached me and spoke to me. I chatted with them briefly, and they said to me, but you know, I didn't like that amendment you made last week, you know, meaning the Utilities Regulation Act amendment. And I said, well, tell me what your concerns are. What are you concerned about? And what he said to me was so far removed from what was actually captured in the legislation that my response to him at the time this morning was, don't worry about what you see on social media sometimes. Don't worry about headlines. Don't worry about what people tell you. Trust what you see with your eyes as written. And if you were to read the legislation, it would assure you that your concerns are not in this instance merited, and that there is no attempt, certainly, to deal with persons who will claw back. I think it was clawing back the benefits of those who already have renewable energy systems and no longer giving them the provision to be able to have the benefit of the systems they have already installed. I said, where did that come from? That's so far removed from it. But the fact that sometimes, Mr. President, using social media or traditional media, it just takes the loudest voice and the most inflammatory voice to put a message out there that may not be accurate. And so when we speak about ministerial intervention, it always lends itself to all kinds of things. Now, on change of use, Mr. President, the Honourable Senator spoke about Section 33 and the use of ministerial orders or ministerial discretion in Section 33 of the legislation and the terms under which a minister could have applications referred to the minister. But, Mr. President, Section 33, as was the case last week with the URA, has sections in it which govern how ministerial discretion is to be administered. If we were to go beyond the initial sections of Section 33 and read from sections 4 through 9, Section 33, subclause 4 through 9, it talks about before determining the application under this section, the minister shall, if the chief town planner, the applicant, or the objector so desires, give the aforementioned parties an opportunity to present their case in writing or appear before or heard by a person. There is very much an appellate process from whatever the minister says. It's captured in legislation itself. It says a person appointed to conduct a hearing, and it outlines what the conditions are. But this is what I want to also draw attention to at paragraph 33, subsection 7. It says the provisions of Section 32 apply with any necessary modifications. And you know what Section 32 of the legislation speaks to, Mr. President? The Section 32 of the legislation says, when an application for permission to develop land other than an application to which Section 33 relates is duly made, the application shall be dealt with by the department and so on. But it gives some very specific things here. For the avoidance of doubt, it is declared that the considerations which shall take into account in determining the application include the advice of the chief town planner, any other further information submitted by the applicant in support of the application pursuant to Section 27, and on it goes. The principles that we raised last week, Mr. President, the principles of natural justice and the principle of the administrative justice rules that govern how government functions, Mr. President, apply to this legislation even where there is change of use. I also, Mr. President, in terms of notice, happen to live in a community where there's a proposal for a change of use as we speak. I was not aware that former plantation land has been sold and that there's a change of use that is proposed until I drove by and I saw a massive billboard mounted by the purchaser of the land announcing that the land has been purchased for so and so and so for housing development, and anyone objecting to this can respond and so on. There is a notice that is put out in communities, and you have town hall meetings and so on. That has applied, Mr. President, and Senator Drake spoke about in the case of Speightstown. In the case of the South Coast Marina, where in the case of Speightstown, town halls were held. Town halls were held by the developer, town halls were held by the ministry, by the member of parliament for the area as well. And then in the case of the South Coast Marina proposal, I believe that the minister with responsibility for housing subsequently came out to say that this was something that he, however, had not come to the community with, and he then, along with the senior minister with responsibility for productive sectors, held a town hall meeting in that community to be able to respond and to hear what the residents of the community were saying, including those persons, Mr. President, who were concerned about the implications on Graham Hall Swamp. They spoke extensively, Mr. President, on those issues, and so in the context of that town hall meeting, all of those issues were raised. I also won't go into the questions on agriculture because I believe that Senator Thompson did adequately cover them. The notion of open field agriculture only being the methodology by which we engage in agriculture is a historical concept on its own, but we have seen, yes, hydroponics, as was raised by Senator Thompson, but we also have seen through the Minister of Agriculture announcements being made on the utilization of shade houses last year at AgroFest. Many persons would have had an opportunity to tour the first of the shade houses, which was erected in Queen's Park during the course of AgroFest, and you have heard the Minister of Agriculture outline a detailed plan for the expansion of this sector. Now, Senator Hines, thank you for your contribution and also the acknowledgement about the transitioning from 2017 through to 2023. Captured in the report, it says changes in policy development and direction to account for international developments, including the COVID-19 pandemic and recommendations of the Population Commission, and if I may add, the Disabilities Commission. These are some of the policies in the intervening period between 2018 and 2023 that would have influence and updating in a period shorter than would have originally been envisaged. And I think we all can accept that COVID-19 on its own was a significant game changer in how we plan and develop, but certainly the work of the Population Commission of 2019, which spoke about Barbados's population growth and what that means. Now, Mr. President, I want to support the comments that were made about natural disasters and sea level rise and the construction of buildings along coastal areas. We don't have to project around what it would look like on the Bay Street area. The existing Needham's Point, Hilton Hotel in particular, is a perfect existing example of how construction is done in those areas. The Undercroft area of the Hilton Hotel, where we have banquets and so on, and all of the residential spaces are above, is what is expected and what is required in those areas, where if there is a surge or sea level rise or storm or bad weather, the water passes through from one side of the coast over to the other, and all residences, namely rooms in this instance, are above. That is the expectation, and that is the visual standard that you should expect in facilities of an equivalent type along the coast. Now, I agree 100% about the proposals for cyclists and persons with disabilities. As chairman of the port, I recall certainly there's one particular vessel, an IDA vessel, and you normally would see those persons whenever you see the big groups cycling around the coast, you know that a particular vessel is on island and that they have rented bicycles. But yes, persons coming, I believe you have a lot of persons coming from certain cities in Europe. Once they are accustomed to cycling paths and cycling lanes and so on, and they come here and I've seen them as far as St. John, cycling from the port. They cycle extended distances, coming from the Bridgetown port, and they cycle back. But these are bikes that are rented by the port, and it means that there is an opportunity for us to be able, not just for tourist purposes, to have cycling lanes in certain parts of the country where our infrastructure would allow for it. But that doesn't mean, Mr. President, on the other hand, that a cyclist, because I think there's also an opportunity for us to have some kind of discipline on the roads. I, like others, also avoid bicycles and motorcycles like the plague. I give them wide berth because I don't know when you're going to suddenly do a wheelie in front of me. I don't know when you're going to suddenly swerve to avoid a pothole to be able to stay on board stay on your bicycle. And so I'm going to give you wide berth. I am going to toot my horn gently to let you know if I am overtaking you, to go about my way without having any interaction with you. But also, there is that moment where we all have to accept there are too many cyclists coming out from secondary roads without stopping. They come out from a secondary road and swerve right into oncoming traffic, keep pedaling at high speed and pull into the curb and keep going. But you inevitably, you had better see them coming a mile off and slow down. That's happening with cyclists, and regrettably, it's also happening with drivers of motor vehicles as well. We're just coming out from junctions, coming out from secondary roads, and not having any due care and consideration for traffic that already has the right of way. Interpretive signage, what does this mean? Great question. Now, when we talk about interpretive signage, over time, it changes. So what is envisaged when we talk about interpretive signage is a range of things. One, catering for persons with disabilities, for example, who need to be able to read what is before them but are differently able. The integration of Braille or different types of methodologies into signage. Secondly, where are you located? Speightstown is a great example. There is a UNESCO Heritage Tourism Project which has been underway in the Speightstown area, and they're supposed to be interpretive centers in a number of locations. Those centers, yes, tell the story of where you are. They're interactive. They're also meant to focus on how young people can learn about their history, learn about their heritage, how people can interact in some instances. Even virtual reality has been contemplated for integration into interpretive signage so that people can have an opportunity to be, in some instances, transported into the reality of what they're being taught about using goggles and so on. And it creates opportunities as well for people. Some of the best tour guides in this country are local community art activists. People who come out and tell you what their stories are, who used to live here. I've already talked in this honorable chamber about how my mother, for example, loves my community Barbados. And she watches it on CBC all the time because they tell the story of communities. And so certainly from the tourism sector, the approach for interpretive signage has always been about having it multifaceted. Now, I want to thank Senator Herwood also for his comments and for providing additional clarity on agriculture. Senator Maynard, I wanted to clarify, I didn't want to interrupt earlier, but we want to be clear that we produce, the comments made were that Barbados produces 1,000 tons of solid waste per day, not garbage, solid waste a day. And I believe that Senator Thompson dealt with the other issues that were raised, but I want to speak to one. Included in this document, under the work of the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, there is what we call the circular economy. The circular economy. In the Electricity Supply Act as well, and certainly in the renewable energy sector, there is also circular economy. And what does that mean? It means that even though we are importing these materials, there has to be a mechanism by which they are either recycled, repurposed, or properly disposed of. In the case of batteries, Mr. President, we now have technology which has evolved where batteries, even though they may have a lifespan, lithium ion, as we currently use, may have a lifespan of 7 to 10 years. Some countries have already begun exporting them, having them recalibrated and brought back into the country to have an extended lifespan. That is something that the Minister of Environment is 1,000% enthusiastic about, creating this circular economy, and it is about making sure that there is what we call in the sector an end of use policy. That is very much something that is in place in the Ministry of Energy and in the Ministry of Agriculture, and we're working to have those updated. Now, Senator Boyce Andrelia Boyce in his contribution on an inclusive society. Thank you very much for that contribution. And Senator Lindell Nurse, I wanted to respond to two things that you have raised. I believe Senator Thompson spoke about agriculture and also about land availability for housing. I want only to respond then about building codes. The Barbados National Standards Institution, over which I also have oversight, Mr. President, does currently have what we call a voluntary code for buildings. And I have heard the current president of the Barbados Association of Professional Engineers and previous presidents of the BAPE speaking about the importance of building codes. I am aware that the CARICOM region has also recently worked on a building standard as well. It remains voluntary as well. And so the expectation is that we will work along with BNSI and the Ministry with Responsibility for Infrastructure to look at how to blend both mandatory and voluntary building standards. And then finally, Mr. President, Senator Thompson in her contribution spoke about what is a natural continuum of a building standard. She spoke about LEED, but she didn't spell out what LEED is. For the purposes of this discussion, LEED means Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, LEED. In the region, Trinidad is the most advanced country in this space. They have a Green Council. Under the Green Council, the LEED certifications are administered. When I was head of the Barbados Coalition of Service Industries, which is how I came to learn about LEED at the time, building out service providers, coming out, Mr. President, of the then signature of the Economic Partnership Agreement, we entered into a relationship with the Caribbean Export Development Agency. and the Barbados Association of Professional Engineers and the Barbados Institute of Architects. And we began the first certification program for lead specializations. It was the first general specialization for lead certification, and then we did the lead advanced professional, lead AP. And there were a number of engineers and architects that were certified. And why, Mr. President? Because, as Senator Thompson rightly has said, our buildings need to evolve to include leadership in energy and environmental design. There was at that time, Mr. President, and I haven't been in that space for a while, so I'm not sure if there are others that have evolved, but when the Barbados Light and Power, specifically at the time, was doing some upgrades, their specification was for an engineer with a lead certification. When the Foursquare Rum Distillery was being upgraded, their specification was for, at the time, professionals with lead certification. I am not aware of any other RFP on projects for building that does include leadership in energy and environmental design, but that does not mean that that is not there. It simply means I haven't covered the space in a long time. But what I can say is that leadership in energy and environmental design does provide extraordinary competencies to our professionals to give them the skills to be able to adjust and to design for our circumstances as a small island developing state, dealing with the balance between that tension that was raised by Senator Drake's, where we have energy, environment, socio-development, and how we position all of that within an economic context, particularly in this case for our built environment. These are all important considerations for a government, Mr. President, and as the government has presented this plan and has consulted extensively on this plan, I too want to thank the team that undertook this work. We have a number of professionals who undertook this extensive body of work. The Planning and Development Department team, the Ministry of Public Works, and the team of the Planning and Development Board, as well as the ministers who lead them, have been extensively involved, and I want to celebrate this extensive body of work. It has been a long pull. I can tell you, Mr. President, that I don't have a whole lot of time on my hands, and certainly with the kind of heavy lifting that we had to do last week, I certainly don't have a whole lot of time to spend on 500-page documents, but I took the time, Mr. President, over the course of the last 2 weeks to be able to review this document and be in a position, as I am confident, based on the quality of the submissions that I have heard here from senator after senator after senator, many others clearly made the time to do so as well. And I want to express my appreciation to all of you for your detailed contributions here today. As the government, we have heard you, we have heard those who have spoken on this space, and we commit to continuing to engage with the people of Barbados on these matters which are of critical importance. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that the resolution before us, which invites the House of Assembly and Senate to approve the Barbados Physical Development Plan as amended in 2023 and per plans rescinded, do now pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This resolution is therefore now passed. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I rise, first of all, to say on behalf of the government of Barbados, happy holidays to everybody in the Honourable Chamber. This is our final sitting for the year, and I have to see people applauding. This is our final sitting for the year, and I know it's been a difficult year for everybody. I know it's been an intense year for everyone, certainly for me, and I expect that of everyone else. This Senate has been hardworking, and I appreciate all of the contributions that you have made. I want to take a moment to express my appreciation not just to the senators, but to the staff of Parliament that support us week after week after week. We appreciate the work that you have done supporting the Senate, and we also want to express that appreciation to the administrative teams, the police officers who serve us every week in this Honourable Chamber. So, Mr. President, with those not so few words, this is 8:15 p.m. on the week before Christmas, and I wish to adjourn the sitting of the Senate sine die.
I notice the enthusiasm with which you want to leave. Let me just associate the chair with the sentiments of the leader of the Senate, and let me thank all of you, senators. It's been a very interesting year. The matters that we've dealt with have been diverse, but what did not ever differ was your interest and intent, commitment, and capability in serving the public of Barbados. And I want to salute you for your efforts and look forward to an interesting year. And I also want to associate the chair with the thanks to the staff of Parliament, the security folks, the press, that we no longer see in person, but they do cover from their offices and wherever. And of course, the technical team behind the broadcasts on YouTube and the social media channels, because this is what, in this modern manifestation, is the expanded equivalent of the crowds in Parliament Yard. And those crowds don't include people in London and in Spain and Ukraine and wherever you may find Barbadians. And so I think really we should not forget that we are really reaching people in a much wider stretch. So once again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I look forward to the same level of active engagement in the public interest next year as we had this year. Thank you, thank you, thank you, all the very best. The question is that the Honourable Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honourable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. These things the ayes have it. This sitting is adjourned sine die.